Okay, so like here's what I mean. The new OBS is gay. You know, in no. Yes, yes. So don't worry about it. But you know the way that the screen is usually big, and then the items underneath it get shrunk, so you can just scroll up and down on the handful of like the scenes, the sources, and everything. They're locked. The screen gets smaller, so the screen is like literally like 2 inches on my screen in height. It's freaking tiny. I'm like, why the hell do I need to see all this crap underneath it? Dude, it's freaking minutes. The screen is freaking 39 inches. This is ridiculous. What do you do, OBS, you absolute bunch of assholes? Even like 10 seconds. Yeah.
The same in Linux as well.
They change little things in it, which sometimes break it, is what I've noticed. But, alright.
You guys are totally not live right now.
Hello, everybody! Welcome to another episode of the Broken Ground podcast. This week, we are joined by a guest, MentisWave. Thanks for hanging out, man.
Awesome. Yep, I am here, and I am MentisWave.
Do you want to tell the audience I think there's a lot of overlap between our audience, but a little bit about your channel. It's linked in the description. Of course, I'll also post it here in the chat as well for people who want to check it out.
And I'm going to try and fix this stupid thing.
Okay. A little bit about what your channel's about, what kind of content you make, and...
If I randomly scream woo, that'll be the reason why.
Okay. Thanks. Thank you for making this very easy, Spoon. And
You're
generally,
welcome.
I guess, you know, yeah, what you make videos about, what you do, what your political philosophy is. Just let the chat get to know you a little bit.
Sure. So yeah, I'm MentisWave. I have a channel, as you probably would guess. Some of you may have heard of it about it. The basic gist of my channel is that I am a right-leaning libertarian. Some people would just... it's probably best to just call myself a Hoppian, although some people might also call me like an anarcho-capitalist at some point as well. Or they might call me other things on top of that, but I just say right-leaning libertarian that likes Hoppa, because that's probably best describes me. In some ways, I'm kind of considered that guy who makes terrible right-leaning libertarian videos, but the actual basis of my channel, besides just being that type of content, is more or less exposing propaganda. That's a big goal of my channel, and the reason I actually made it is because one issue I was noticing, and to be honest, I kind of screwed up because I was thinking of making this channel something like 10 years. I should have, but I didn't. I just kind of sat on it and hyper procrastinated for quite a while, especially the Gamergate video I did. I'm not sure if you guys ever actually knew that I did that, but I did a video on Gamergate, specifically refuting the Wikipedia version of what Gamergate was. And
yeah. I when I found your channel a couple months ago now, I guess it's been I like binged your whole catalog, so I so I pretty much watched all of them. So this guy's awesome. And people in our chat have been recommending you for a long time, and so I really like the videos that you put out, and you just did one today too, which I'll also link here in the chat.
And kind of... that was just a video on time preferences, and I kind of used Destiny's recent drama as an example of bad time preference behavior.
There's a
bad time preference behavior.
That's just bad preference, let alone time preference.
I mean, I think that
yeah.
And you've seen the show notes.
Not the smartest.
No, not at all.
I do have I do have somewhere, if we get to it, to talk about Destiny, and you did make a video about it, so maybe we should talk about that.
Aiden is sympathetic, for which I have bullied her.
Yes, I'm sympathetic, and yes,
Why?
In fact, I reached out to Destiny and said that I hope he's okay, because
That's gay.
I don't care that it's gay. It's called being a woman, Spoon.
I call being gay.
Women moment.
Well, I don't.
Yeah, I actually don't dislike Destiny either. I mean, I don't agree with his views all the time. The thing is, it's hard for me to hate Destiny too hard or poop on him too hard, because his views are basically what my views used to be back when I was a teenager. So I understand his views very well. In fact, like it's not just the case you would not know the difference.
Interesting.
Should probably creep this Destiny out if I were actually to do it.
Yeah, I think again, I agree with you a lot on that, and that
Yes, women
I
are
agree
gay.
with some of I agree with some of the things Destiny says, and
looking at the
I
chat
never
right
had
now.
I never had the worldview though that he comes from. My first political thoughts whatsoever were I was a Ron Paul libertarian. Well, no, I think for like 3 to 6 months when I was 15, I was like, oh, why don't we all live in anarcho communes and we all just help each other out because that's the kind of thing that a 14 or 15-year-old thinks is smart. And then I became a libertarian. So, but there's also
Oh
people who
yeah,
think
that's kind of
stupid.
standard.
Yeah, right.
That's standard. I mean, if to think that communism could work when you're young before you understand economics, that's pretty much how it goes.
Or
Yeah.
really
Yeah,
anything
That's
about
kind
the
of
world.
that's the pathway that everyone goes through.
Yeah, I think that's totally normal in terms of like being like, yeah, okay, well this sounds great on paper, but
Democracy sounds great on paper as well.
Yeah.
Sure.
The myth of the rational voter.
Ah,
Oh,
yes.
well,
We
we
have
talk about
way,
a lot up
way
here.
too many people who think that's an actual thing. They
Yes.
occupy my
And,
audience.
you know, that is an actual book, right? That is a
Yes,
book
yes.
called The Myth of the Rational Voter. It
Absolutely.
is quite good, and it explains it in autistic detail, as you can say.
Who wrote it?
I had this problem last week. I'm getting stuck in a feedback loop to the point where I'm going to have to contact YouTube about this, which is going to be very difficult. Where when I try to log in, I can do stuff on the Broken Crown channel, like, for say, set up a stream, but then when I go into the back end, it says, you need to log in to verify your details. Only when looking at the monetization, and then I do the two-factor authentication to log in, and then it just says, have you forgotten your password or use your password, but it won't let me set up a new password. So I'm stuck in some kind of weird feedback loop. Sorry for being quiet there for a minute, but that's because of this very fun little feedback loop I found myself in. Anywho,
Oh boy.
yeah, always great. But I can see the stream, anything on the stream. Sorry, Kizza, because I know you sent super chats last week that I didn't get to because someone fell asleep, Spoon.
It was like 1 o'clock in the morning.
I know. Anywho.
And I wake up at 6.
But yeah, I know. Yeah, you would generally call yourself a Hoppian libertarian, and I, going back to the original discussions, I think that that's pretty typical for people to have that socialist phase, and I think it's also very common for people to have a kind of teenage libertarian phase that a lot of people grow out of. I never really grew out of that.
Some people will. I think a lot of people will grow out of it simply because they don't really get into it. They don't actually. They don't actually look into either the Cato Institute or Mises Institute. They don't read Austrian economics at all. They don't learn about who Rothbard is, who Hoppe is. They don't actually. They dabble in the basic thought, and they might get into some Ron Paul memes for our generation.
Sure.
But then they don't actually go further than that. They don't research anything further than that, and they don't actually learn how. Oh, this is how the society would actually work. Like, especially, I think a common one that confuses a lot of people is that the Austrian method for society is about being against aggression, because that's where the anarcho-capitalist label tends to confuse the heck out of people.
And it's easy to truncate it down into it. Because on some basic level, the non-aggression principle is a basis of a lot of libertarian beliefs. But it's not an end-all, be-all to the point that some people take it to, where it's like, well, that just means you have to be a pushover all the time on everything, which I think is a lot of the sort of pop libertarian stuff that you find, where people misconstrue what libertarianism is as a weak ideology that's based on being cocked, essentially. I don't think that's
right,
accurate.
and I can't actually hold that. It's hard to actually hold people accountable for doing that, because in a way, the Mises Institute's definition of aggression is very different from the colloquial definition of aggression.
Yes.
And so a lot of people kind of get confused and think that it means that private companies can do whatever they want, and and in reality, how the system would actually work would be more like a decentralized form of governance rather than truly no governance whatsoever. But because of the terms are kind of obfuscated, that people tend to get confused by that.
And it becomes conflated thereby with corporatism.
Exactly. They think it's the same thing as corporatism or something like that.
Well, again, because it's I think kind of a layperson's understanding of things. which is understandable because what do people see? I mean, that's how I became a libertarian, was Ron Paul memes. You know, that was back 2006, right?
Very based. Very based.
So that was like, yeah, you gotta look at these Ron Paul memes. This guy's awesome. I like everything that he's saying, and that was
happening.
When I pretty much it was happening. Unfortunately, it didn't happen, but that was an interesting.
Now it's happening all the time.
Now it never stops happening, unfortunately or unfortunately.
You had a very different political journey than mine.
Right, because we're spooning. So mine was then I was, after being a libertarian for all my life, was trying to reconcile how do you protect libertarianism or anarcho-capitalism, because it tends to be one of the big issues, right? Is if you had, for example, an anarcho-capitalist society, how do you protect that society from falling into, say, degeneracy? Which your video that you just made was about degeneracy, so it's actually a good way to segue, I think, into that. And that word, as you mentioned in your video, is very overused to just mean kind of anything I don't like, which is not what I mean by
it's kind of like it kind of ends up being the right-wing version of calling everyone a Nazi.
Yes.
In some ways, and
it's the
that's kind of a problem.
libertarian right-wing version of maybe not libertarian, but definitely, because the libertarians all get accused of being degenerates, and there is like that weird faction or fraction of people who call themselves libertarians who do only use that label because they're coomers, right?
I prefer to call them base chads of the Hugo Boss.
Oh God!
I mean, but I swear that's besides trying to shake the tanky allegations, which I don't really know why he does. That's why Vosh calls himself a left libertarian, is because he wants to coom, and he wants to sit in his I don't know, in his commie. Well, he wants to be the commie dictator, but also coom all day, and explain why it's actually good for the communist society.
Did you allow the buzz?
Socialist libertarianism. I did a video on that. It's basically libertarian socialism, but a version of libertarianism where they define anarchy as being against hierarchies, which you can't actually be against hierarchies because that is a fundamental structure of how the universe operates.
Absolutely inherently contradictory.
I was about to say, if you did a video on libertarian socialism, how much of it was just you laughing?
You should
it was mainly just pointing out the problems with how they go about it. I mean, a big issue is that they define it as being against hierarchies, which, again, doesn't actually make sense. You can't get rid of hierarchies. It's logically impossible to get rid of the concept of hierarchy. So, of course, when you point that out and if you actually get into an argument with them, they'll eventually admit, okay, well, we actually do believe in hierarchies. We just believe in a justified hierarchy. So the goalpost gets shifted to whatever they consider to be a justified hierarchy. And then when you get further and further into that justification and that definition, they'll eventually shift the goalpost again, and then you tie them down again and point out another contradiction, and then they will shift the goalpost again. And yeah, that's pretty much how it goes. They'll just endlessly shift the goalpost to that. They're not actually against hierarchies. The TLDR of it, once all the dishonesty is unveiled and all the logical fallacies are accounted for, they effectively believe in hierarchies, specifically the hierarchies that make them feel good.
And the hierarchies that put themselves in charge. That's what it's about. And when these people say there is no truth but power, they honestly mean that. That is the one leftist slogan that I think they genuinely mean. There is no truth but power. Nothing else matters except for these people gaining power. And of course, the hilarity in that is every single one of them thinks that they're going to be the guy in power or part of the in-group of the party, but that's simply not possible. I
think that's why we scare them. It's because their perception is you tried to take power, therefore you're a direct threat. And our position is, no, we want to give it to a king. And the idea of like us getting power to give it to somebody else is completely anathema to them. That is like frame breaking to their worldview.
It is.
Yes, I've noticed that. I've even spoken to right wingers. It's like, I want an absolute king to enforce what I think should be the state. And they just look at you like, what? How? Shut up. I want that. And that is just something that they can't.
And the solipsistic response that Spoon and I always get to that is that, oh, so you and Spoon want to become the monarch. And we just go, no, of course not.
No.
That's
No.
I don't want any responsibility like that. So the libertarian monarchist perspective that I've mostly come to from my reading comes largely from Erich von Kuhnelt Lenin, but not entirely. There's
Curtis
I
Yarvin.
have Curtis Yarvin, of course, who is not a monarchist, but makes a very good argument for it, even though he explicitly also makes an argument against it. But that's how Curtis
That's
works.
Hopper.
Oh yeah, not Curtis. Sorry, I was getting Curtis.
Curtis is an
confused for a
absolute
second.
monarchist.
God, my brain fucking.
Yeah,
died
Curtis
there for a
Yarvin,
second.
from what I remember, actually is a monarchist.
Yes.
Yes.
Hans Hermann
Curtis.
Hoppe, that is not a monarchist.
Hoppe, yes.
People often confuse Hoppe as a monarchist.
That's what I was
He's
meant to
not.
say.
I
said
think well, he's an anarchist, but he thinks if you're going to have a state, it is better off to have a monarch than it is a democracy. I remember
That was Hoppe's
yes,
bit.
Correct.
yes. Even Michael Malice agrees with that assessment,
Right. Well,
which is
and
bizarre.
But that's I think it is the logical conclusion for a lot of, not all, but for a lot of people who come from a libertarian background, from having read the foundational literature on libertarianism, to ask the question, well, how do we protect a libertarian styled state? How do we protect an anarcho-capitalist styled state?
It's basically how to protect any state.
somewhere. I don't find it, but it's some. No, I posted it before. It's on the Discord. Oh yeah, it's on the Discord if you want to see the link to the Discord's down below. But there should be a reading list section in the Discord, and you can find the reading list over there.
Yeah, I mean, plus that's also because
libertarian stuff.
the way anarcho-capitalism, the way that the Hoppian version of it would work in practice anyway, is very similar to monarchy anyways, but not quite monarchy. It's more like, you may have heard of Hans Hermann Hoppe say the phrase that he has, his dream for Europe would be 1,000 Liechtensteins or something like that. Where
Yes.
it's where it's lots and lots and lots of small societies. And the way that would effectively work is that you actually have tons and tons of sort of privately owned cities. That's how it would actually work in practice, is that you would have tons and tons of privately owned cities. And that could actually, that form of decentralized rule of governance, it could span infinitely. Like, for instance, my own ideology is more like a futuristic version of what Hans Hermann Hoppe has pressed on. So I believe more like an infinite Liechtensteins. That's, I mean, like humanity even going out to the stars and doing space colony Liechtensteins. I unironically see that as something that could exist maybe 1,000 years in the future.
So basically, Ramsha from Bioshock.
But it's also worked throughout history. Yeah, essentially. But it has worked.
I wouldn't
throughout
mind
history.
living in an underwater Art Deco paradise. That sounds like fun.
A kind
Oh
of
boy.
independent city-states like
Just don't
that.
get drugs involved.
Independent city-states
Right.
like that.
But the way it
have-
would work is
won't
not
work.
it's not really monarchy. It's more like they'd be privately owned, and so the king, as you would call it, would be more like a CEO, and a lot of the
Which is
a lot
how
of
Moldbug
the
describes
how
it.
Moldbug
privately
describes
owned
it, yeah.
companies. The private companies, however, the main difference is that people could actually buy into them. So to some degree, you would actually have some level of like the people's say, but it would be more like in the same form that we would see in companies like shareholder.
Yeah.
Fs. Are you Spoon? Is the Spoon
Yeah,
died?
it's fun though.
Okay, it died for a second. Sorry, guys. Should be back
Stream.
now.
I see the stream.
Yeah, unfortunately, when it comes to monarchy, if the king is corrupt, you do kind of have to cut his head off for the most part. Not always. It's not maybe the best solution, but one good thing about having a king, I think maybe even over a CEO, although monarchy can fall victim to this as well, is that you do have one head instead of a many-headed hydra, as you do in a democratic republic, for example, or pretty much any other system of government. But the CEO solution or CEO example, I think, is also, I mean, that's how Moldbug came to his conclusion about monarchy being the proper way of doing things, I think, and that's how I did as well. And if you've not read it at Mentis, I would heavily and highly suggest Erich von Kuhnert-Lenin's book, Liberty or Equality. It's free to read on Mises, and that was the book that I was like, okay, never mind, you explained it to me. Now it all makes sense. I got it.
Oh, Liberty or Equality. I've heard of that
Yes.
book. I think that's actually on my reading list, but I haven't read it yet.
Highly suggest. That was.
There's
the
a book
where I
that'll
was like,
change your perception of reality.
It changed my total perception of politics in terms of going from a libertarian to a libertarian monarchist. And Spoon keeps trying to argue me on the absolute, and I always go back and forth on whether or not I think absolute monarchy is correct. Because
Absolute. Give the ruler all power.
Kuhnert-Lenin argues for checks and balances. For
I
a
don't.
Constitution. I know he argues for a constitution and for several different, like a diet and so that there's an elected body and that there are also like a more.
I think that's
Republican
more from the
system.
American model, because I think Americans find the concept of a king to be incredibly offensive just based on their history. So I think the chances of them accepting a king as a ruler would be devastating to their souls. Whereas in Europe, our history was built through monarchies and Christianity, so the idea of an absolute king returning to Europe is not particularly frowned upon. At least for the older generation, I can't speak for the younger ones. But I myself, I'm South African, so the idea of an absolute king ruling my country like an authoritarian despot does not scare me in the slightest. In fact, it gives me an erection.
Yeah, he's excited about it.
They give me a
The
king
only
that just
downside
says,
that I would see.
go on.
The only downside I would see with monarchy is that it's not so much with the system of monarchy itself, but that these days, or specifically in the future, a monarchy that would actually come to be could potentially have the problem of them trying to go through a communist version of monarchy. So that's the only concern I would have, is that it would potentially become a communist dictatorship, as people, as that would. That's just because of how people think. I think people would be more likely to try and set up a monarchy style of government for the sake of communism these days, just because of how many mad, insane people exist. Yeah, that people are more likely to fall for that. And
then it would not
that's
be
the
a
only
monarchy.
real concern with monarchy.
Then it would be
Exactly. It wouldn't really be a monarchy when that happens. But it's more of just an issue of people being stupid.
There's a phrase
it's
that
an issue of how people go about it.
There's a phrase that Lenin uses for that, and it's called monocracy, which is the tyrannical rule of the one. Because monarchy, the archy, means like fatherly rule, whereas archy in Greek is like almost like abusive control. Hence why democracy is actually the bad form. Polity.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
polity, like the three forms of government that's good is monarchy, aristocracy, and polity. The three bad versions is tyrant, democracy, and oligarchy. Democracy is actually the bad form. Don't people know that?
Similar. Like, for instance, are you aware of the country Turkmenistan?
Yes.
Only vaguely.
That one.
I think I know vaguely.
It's very similar to North Korea.
Okay.
It's very similar to North Korea, and it's kind of, and just like Kim Jong Un, their family is kind of the Kim family is kind of like a twisted version of monarchy, but not really. Theirs is also kind of a monarchy, but they hold sham elections in Turkmenistan. They have elections, with quotes in front and trademark.
So like America in 2020,
but they're totally shammed.
I mean, technically. I think they technically hold elections in North Korea as well. But again, it's a sham.
They did so in the Soviet Union too.
Right.
The elections in North Korea are more like bow down before Kim Jong Un elections. Right. The ones in Turkmenistan, they actually tried to pretend that it was a real election. Like the ones in North Korea, there's only one person to vote for. You just go there and it's like a checkbox of Hey, Kim Jong-un, kneel before Kim Jong-un.
Yeah, who's going to run against him? I mean...
But in Turkmenistan, they actually had someone running against the guy. It's just that they didn't
It's basically just for show.
Correctly.
Right.
It was... They pretended, basically.
See, in America, either guy can win, but they're both the same.
Kind of.
Unless you're Trump, in which case you're horrifying.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, we'll talk about the Trump stuff, I suppose, a little bit.
I've come to terms with something lately, and this is gonna maybe blow some people's minds. I don't think corruption is the biggest problem. I actually don't. I think if you run any system of government, and this is something that Americans especially do not understand, they can't conceive of how the order goes wrong, and they can't conceive that what they consider is a net requirement in their principled perception of the world can easily be weaponized by the opposition, and the opposition doesn't give a fuck or hold their principles. Like free speech, for example, right? You want free speech because you think you want your ideas to be heard, the opposition is heard, and the best ideas win. That's not how the real world works. In the real world, people will take their power, get it, and then use it to oppress yours. So the idea of free speech is not good when it's weaponized by the opposition. There's no middle ground where you have like a sort of discourse. So in my world, I would not have free speech. As a matter of fact, if I was king, I would clamp the fuck down on so many people's free speech. I would be brutal with speech controls.
I fundamentally disagree.
Yeah, of course you disagree with that, but let's just say you were the king of Russia.
But I understand where you're coming from, and I actually sent you a thing earlier, which I didn't originally have in my show notes, but it was just a mashup of. Well, yeah, let's put it on then. I'll share my screen.
Yes, people can disagree, but you'd be wrong.
Sure.
If you were King Nicholas II in Russia, you would be completely justified in going authoritarian against a whole bunch of people. Why? Because they were a legitimate threat to your regime. If you want to hold power, you need to clamp down and kill anyone that gets in your way because they have the intention to kill you.
I mean,
that's the reality. You can dislike about it on a principled level, but the people you're fighting do not have any principles.
Well, right, that's the Hoppian. That's the Hoppian throw 'em out of helicopters argument.
Yes.
Which.
It's not nice. It's not one that I particularly like to have, but that's the reality.
Yeah, well, helicopters is more like a meme. What it actually is.
Yeah.
What physical removal really means is that it's more like freedom of association pushed to its logical conclusion. That's what physical removal actually means. It doesn't literally mean putting the communists in helicopters and throwing them off. As funny as that is,
it's shorthand.
But that's just a meme. It's not actually true.
No,
but it's much funnier to think about it if it's actually true.
Yes, again, the meme
is funnier. It is funnier, but it's not actually what Hans Zimmerman believes.
Yes, and freedom of association is, of course, key to a lot of this. But in terms of if I do believe there is some aspect of that does get to when violence becomes necessary, of course, is if the other people are threatening your life, liberty, property, then you need to be able to defend yourself.
Like when they're advocating for genocide against a certain state.
Well, I mean, yes, physical removal does...
Which is totally not topical to today's environments in any way.
Only when you're only when you are in the rightful owner side of the non-aggression principle being violated.
Exactly. What I find interesting about these people, this is just an interesting supercut here, is that now...
Oh, hold on. Let me just bring it up.
Okay.
There we go.
I very frequently notice, as I'm a nudicer, that fairly of human psychology, because that's my bag, is that there's so much projection that happens on the left. And when they will go on and on about like, oh, the Republicans, Donald Trump are trying to seize power, that's because that's what they're thinking of doing.
Yes.
And what's fascinating about this, it's 3 minutes. I'm just gonna let's let it play out and tell me if you want to pause, because it is like a full 3 minutes. That half of the things that they are warning that Trump will do if he wins are things that they themselves are doing or have done in the last 4 years. Or intend to do. Yes, this is fascinating. Just when you see it all...
A lot of what people have to say about power is psychological projection.
Exactly,
yes.
Exactly.
So they're saying what they actually want to do, and they accuse others of doing it. That's just kind of a standard thing that people will do when their self-awareness is below a certain threshold, is that they will project. This is something I kind of figured out a long time ago. It's actually something I found out is that people who are being dumb will always project. For instance, one position I was in was when I was much younger, I worked as a supervisor in a call center, and I would often listen. I would listen to tech support calls. Yeah, I would listen to tech support calls from my underlings, and a lot of time, and after hearing like a customer complaint of something, of an agent being mean to them, and then I would listen to the call, and the agent is a freaking angel, and the customer's the one who's actually going off on them.
Oh, I know.
And their entire complaint was just psychological projection. And I saw this constantly, a consistent, regular basis, where people would make complaints, and the complaints were totally projection.
Every time
Sorry,
not to interrupt, but just real quick, just to add to that, I guess. Every time I'm on the phone now with customer service people, unless they're actively aggressive towards me, which sometimes happens, but very rarely, I'm like, hey, I know that every single person who calls you is an asshole. So I'm not really... And it's astonishing how much more helpful people in tech support are if you don't come at them like you're adversarial and trying to start a fight and trying to report them for over anything. So exactly, I've seen that myself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It is projection because you're only inside of your own head to try and that's unfortunately everyone in Ottawa isn't Scottish, and
I don't know how that's racist.
Gittigawa is not Scottish. I mean, he's just not. This whole thing in his head on Twitter about how this is proof that I'm a racist. I'm like, okay, well, you just invented all of that. That's a conversation that you've had with yourself. That's called solipsistic interjection, and I'm not going to continue to play with you on Twitter anymore because this is not.
I like the way you
useful.
said play with him like you're toying with him like he's a fucking rodent. By the way,
that makes sense though, because go on.
And someone said the Dictator's Handbook in the chat. That is a terrible book.
It is a
that does not understand power at all.
I haven't read that book.
Don't, by the way.
Oh,
The book makes it. I discussed this with Aiden before because there's one person that Aiden thinks is their friend. I think he's an idiot. Has argued the premise of the book is that all single rulers rule the exact same way, so there is no difference between a military junta, a king, a CEO, and a dictator, which is an insane proposition to make, because that's like saying Queen Elizabeth I is exactly the same as Hitler, which is absurd, which is like absolutely batshit insane.
Well, I've
sounds
seen
like
that
a person who doesn't understand qualitative analysis. That's
Yes.
what that immediately comes across to me, is that they don't understand qualitative analysis, they don't understand how incentives work, and they don't understand how the power can be different depending on how you set up the incentives.
Or even how
Without
the nation
reading the book,
works.
that sounds like the basic fallacy that it was that
Yes,
kind of train of thought
it's
would lead
incredibly
to.
reductionist and takes no into account of culture at all, like none.
No, and that's just because you sent me that comment. Someone also see if you can check what's going on with the stream spoon, because people keep saying it keeps cutting in and out.
Yeah, that's my internet.
Okay, sorry guys. It will, if it's really shitty right now. Again, sorry. It will sound okay on playback, hopefully.
Yeah, it's green now.
Anywho, so the problem with that people just said to you today, Spoon, you got a comment that someone fundamentally said to you that fascism and monarchy are identical because there's one person in charge, and that is so reductionist.
Yeah, they said I'm not a right winger because I'm a monarchist. I'm like, that is the stupidest thing I've ever heard all day.
People have very simplistic ways of understanding politics, though. So
it was actually now that you say that, it is exactly the same argument as a Dictator's Handbook. It's like the person said to me, "Oh, I'm tainted by Americanism." Then why the hell did you quote Stalin and Hitler at me, you fucking pleb? I am gonna make a video about that person. By the way,
sorry, say again, Mentis?
This is why what you just said about incentives. This is my perception. The reason I say corruption doesn't matter is because humans are not moved by corruption. Incentives govern people far more than corruption ever will.
Well, that, and also there will never be a perfect human society because human beings aren't perfect.
Exactly.
There will never be perfect systems because the universe isn't perfect.
Precisely.
And people don't like to hear that. People dislike hearing that. People hate it when you tell them that, even though it's true. And I think this is where a lot of the communist utopians manage to pull off their grift, because they're trying to sell people utopia, and they give people this idea that, oh, if we just give people the right environment, then human beings will magically become 300 IQ omnibenevolent angels. And people like to believe that because it feels good to believe that. It feels good to think that, oh yes, we would all just be angels if we had the right environment. And it's just not true.
You know what?
If you actually study psychology or social science or any of those things at all, you very quickly find out, just going through, even a few basic academic papers on the subject, that this is just absolutely not true. Human beings have a hard limit. It's actually very rare for people to even come close to that.
Same thing happens with democracy. They do the same thing with democracy, is that, just, vote harder. I mean, that the vast majority to concern themselves with this stuff, to actually get invested. And so what do? Red, blue, tick, that's my social identity. That's as far as I'm willing to think about it. But yet, if you talk to people, they'll say, oh, it's this grand holy order where everyone gets to decide for the society together collectively in a good way, but also what's best for ourselves. It's the perfect, this is how we reach our utopia. Democracy is so great. And it's like, yeah, okay, here's the thing. any system of governance will have flaws. So what Spoon and I run against all the time is usually the democracy people. The commies don't usually bother us because I don't think they can comprehend. I'm friends with the communists. I think we get along better sometimes than with some of the democracy dick riders. But if you're talking about anyone who believes that any form of government is utopic is fundamentally confused and will always come up with the wrong answers to questions, because no form of governance, as you said, because it involves human beings, can ever be utopic.
There is one person I actually get
they're
along,
living in
and
the
he is a
moralistic
left- he is a-
fallacy.
Yep.
I do get along with someone who is a communist, actually. Bizarrely. We actually have some overlap as far as running the state goes.
Tankies, specifically tankies, can occasionally be based. Tankies are often correct about how power works, but wrong about how incentives work. So it's like they half understand reality.
That's him in a nutshell, really well described, actually. The reason that he and I overlap is on intelligence and race. And I've said this in a more tactful way, shall I say, as I said, because you'll notice people think, oh, education is the end-all and be-all of absolutely everything. I'm like, you cannot make a genius out of a moron. Like, education is a seed, but you need fertile ground.
Sure.
Doesn't matter how good the seed is if the fertile ground,
correct.
if the fertile ground isn't there, the seed is never going to yield a harvest. That is just
there's an upper
funny
echelon
true.
of achievement. What I find, what I don't like about the race and IQ or any kind of the IQ stuff is that there's
It's
still
uncomfortable.
it is uncomfortable, but there's still valuable things that people can contribute to society without being super high IQ. So I also find that
like being roadblocks.
No,
I just don't talk about it because of
It's dangerous.
The issue mainly the issue is it runs into collective guilt, and I'm against collective guilt on principle. Although I do understand the science behind it, and I do understand how a lot of what it clamps down on is really just the cathedral and not actually valid science. So, I mean, I get it, but at the same time, I don't really talk about the race realism question very much, just because it can easily bleed into collective guilt. Although I do believe that we should have some level of IQ realism, I think it should be more on an individual level rather than just like
A collective, yeah.
But I agree 100%.
rather than just blaming the black man. We shouldn't actually do that. You shouldn't like be against someone just.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the thing
exactly.
that myself and Aiden have spoken about is that we really feel very bad for high IQ blacks because I've said this. I did this in a video as well.
Your Clarence Thomases, your Thomas Souls.
Yeah, because I said this to another friend of mine. He's a brown mutt in his own words because he's a mix of like parts of Asia and Middle Eastern, and he lives in Canada. And he said, and his parents are like I think first generation immigrants as well. He was born there, and he said even they are not approving of what Castro Jr. is doing over there in Canada, because the people they're bringing over is not compatible with Canadian culture. And he himself said that when he goes out, he wants to be surrounded by nothing but whites because it makes him feel like he's civilized, and everywhere else is just not. I'm like, you need to understand there's a group of foreigners that come to your land because they don't fit in with their own, and they want to be around you because they think that you're better than their kin. And they hate it when they see you bow down to the kin they try to escape from. That really pisses them off because you look weak.
Ironclad might be aware of this, but you might not be aware of this because I'm not sure if you, Spoon, have lived in the United States at all. Have you lived in the United States ever?
I have not, but
He's
I've been
there.
there.
But yeah.
Yeah, so if you live kind of in the southern area of the United States, specifically around the borders, you may see this kind of mentality coming from the Latinos and Mexicans.
Yeah.
They're
Those are like
obviously
hardcore
not
Republicans.
all the same. Like again,
Yeah.
they're not.
Yeah.
They're not. There's kind of collective there, but not really. And you will notice that there is a big difference between the more right-leaning ones and the more left-leaning ones. And what you just said is very true for them. A lot of them kind of come here to escape some of the
lessers.
bad aspects of the gang culture that exists in Latin America.
And they work
and
to come
then
here, and they come here legally. Actually, no,
And then the Democrats let in
do
the
this.
ones that belong to the gang culture.
Let's do
And
this
it
one.
pisses the people who came here to escape that off. It pisses the Latinos
I actually
who
have a
came
clip
here
for
to
that.
escape that mentality off a lot. But of course, the people running these Democrat cities, specifically Los Angeles, they don't care. They just don't know what the heck they're doing. And so you actually have two completely different groups of people who are being called the same people, even though they actually have
They're
very
worlds
different
apart, yeah.
mentalities.
It's just to assume they're
probably
exactly
really
the same
good-
just based on skin color.
Whoa. Uh-oh. Spoon is cutting out for me.
No, I'm okay now.
Oh my god. Real
Holy
quick,
shit.
I was gonna wait till the end to read super chats, and I am gonna wait till the end, but Rob Walker for $200 says, on the off chance I'm not here next week, Merry Christmas to Aiden and Spoon. Thank you both for your hard work, long hours, late nights, wooing in chat, and all the fun I've had listening. I hope you both have a wonderful holiday season. Rob Walker, thank you so much. Oh my god. Like, thanks.
I think it's our biggest super chat.
Yes, Merry Christmas to you too, even though that money's not for me, but Merry Christmas to you too.
And have a wonderful holiday. We'll talk about some holiday stuff. Thank you so much. That's awesome. Thank you, dude.
I may actually stream on my birthday, actually.
I do think this is an interesting kind of segue from what you were saying, because it's funny. This is why I have so many links in my show notes, so that like, oh, I got a thing on that, right? So this guy's not from the southern border. He is at the southern border, but he's from Morocco. I don't know if you've seen this, but it's really interesting about what he says about why he's coming to America, and I think it's related to what we were just talking about very closely. Let's listen to this for a minute.
Do you care?
Yeah. No.
You don't care that we have to pay for all of this?
Look, listen.
Like Americans are paying for all of this. Do you guys, you know that? Like this, you know money dollars, and it's okay if we pay
I don't
something.
Care. I don't
Okay.
care if this for America. I don't care.
So you're
I mean, so this guy's got $7,000 to come over from Morocco, and as he's going to say here, he'll reveal his occupation as to why he's coming to the U.S.
because you paid $7,000.
Yeah.
It's okay that Americans have to
It's
pay some
okay.
money too.
Yeah, because America is my dream. If America doesn't want me, I'm here for America. Yeah. Because I respect America, I respect American rules, everything.
Yeah, it really sounds like a.
But you broke the rules coming in though, right?
No,
Like this isn't legal. If it were, then you wouldn't be sitting out here, right? You know, I mean, you know that. You guys know that.
Yeah.
So you're saying
The
you respect
arrogance.
our rules, but you didn't follow the rules to get in.
No, look.
I
Yes.
mean, you
I
know.
One of the issues with some forms of immigration is that immigration into a democracy which has social welfare can cause some very serious incentive contradictions.
And if you think it's bad
Where
in
people
the
will
US,
come-
look at the UK.
Oh yeah, that can be even worse because you guys have I'm not sure if you're there, but they have
Yeah,
the
I'm
Medicare
Socialized
for
medicine.
all forms. Yeah, if they have
NHS.
socialized medicine, it gets even worse.
Yeah, which is just basically exploited.
It's so this guy was not poor though in Morocco. If he's got $7,000 in available funds to get on a plane, fly to Mexico, and then sit at the border to get into the U.S. Again, just the audacity, because these are the. I'm shocked a little bit by this mentality, and people have criticized Ali Bradley, the reporter here who's interviewing him, for why'd you talk to this guy? Did you go find the biggest douchebag in the whole row of people? No, most of them don't speak English. He speaks English. That's why she's interviewing him. So
Yeah, I know. I have no idea.
Yeah, that's
how
just an
to get
unfortunate
visa,
reality.
so-
I mean, in the ultimate end goal of libertarianism, there would be borders, but also there wouldn't be the same type of borders. However, the main issue is that the way we have it currently set up is that it just violates people's freedom of association if you were to
Yes.
get rid of borders. That's why I will often tell people that it's not the right goal for libertarianism in the short run right now to be for open borders, because it violates
Right.
people's freedom of association. But not only that, but in a lot of these open border policies that people have to think about is that they're also going for a democracy, which means that these people come here and then their first generation are able to vote. And when people are coming into the country based on these kind of incentives, what are they going to vote for? Well, the answer is that they're going to vote
themselves.
for democratic socialism.
Yep.
And that's
They're
a problem. So 20 years down the line, 20, 30 years down the line, one extra generation, you're not only violating people's freedom of association, you're actually now violating people's property rights because they're democratically voting against those property rights. And that's not even a consequentialist morality take on the subject. That's, if you understand democratic politics in the United States, specifically with the Democratic Party, that is their literal strategy. That is what they are literally doing, is that they know this and they aim for this. They're like, oh yes, we'll bring these people in, and then their kids will be born here, and then they will grow up and they will vote for socialist policies, and that's what we want them to do. And that's why the Democratic Party has been suddenly going sort of 180 on the open borders policy, because they realize that it's really all about power for them. They realize that it gets them boots. And it's one of the problems with democracy as well, is that they realize that you can destroy your own country. As long as they're in power, they're okay if it destroys the country and ultimately leads a march towards socialism. They don't care.
The thing that has really shot, the only thing that's shot the Democrats
democracy
in the foot
at work.
that they predominantly have imported a lot of South Americans who are predominantly, if not almost entirely, Christians and Catholics, and then that same Democrat Party that says, "Oh yes, come in. We'll help you sneak over the border. Excuse me, we'll help you
They're not going to vote right-wing,
cross
though.
the border." And is that then they say, now we're going to take your children and put them into American schools, and we're indoctrinate them and tell them that Jesus isn't real, and in fact, Christianity is evil, and that if your son, if you have a male, a son, he's actually a girl, and your daughter's actually a boy, and they're all gay, and the Christians of South America aren't too keen on that. So that's been, I think, that's stuck in their craw a little bit, but a little bit.
And they should read
in their
Marx.
plan. Yeah, they should read Marx. Honestly,
If they can read it all.
Unquestionably accept it.
I'll only play this for another second here, but did he not already say what he did as a living in Morocco? Because it's quite telling.
Travel to America.
This
But
was your option in your
It's
to you.
first. It's first mistake. It's
First mistake? First mistake.
Yeah.
All right. No more
But
mistakes.
first and last mistake.
First and last.
First and last.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll just tell you.
If
What
his
was
only
his-
mistake is getting into the country, he doesn't give a fuck.
Do you want to know what this guy's job was in Morocco that allowed him to raise $7,000 to be
He's a
able to
streamer.
come here? He is a streamer. He is a video game streamer. These are the people at the border who are saying that they desperately need to come in, because they're so desperate and need help.
I can't say shit, by the way, because if I went to America
We're
right now,
streaming right now. But
yes, I know. I feel like if I went to
Still.
America and I tried to explain to them, like, what do I do? And I said, I'm a political streamer, or I'm a political YouTuber, and if they asked me what is my ideology, I would say, I want to rescind the United States Constitution and put in place a king. I think I would scare the shit
and I
out of
wanted
them.
to be Trump.
Yeah. I would like to crown Trump king.
You'll be based.
Yes.
It would be based, but...
Yeah, it's like, why do you?
Don't-
It's like,
I
why
don't
do you
think they'd
favor?
let- yeah.
I
Yeah.
feel like why would you favor this? Because I don't like a fossil in charge of a nation. That would be the reason. I would like a king, and also it's because I hate all of you, and I want to see you behind bars or fight out of a cannon.
A little bit too
Hi,
big.
TSA.
little too based. Little too based.
I'll write Ultima Ratio Regum on the fucking cannon.
We can go. Like, we can just talk. Shoot the shit, or we can watch clips.
Some people might actually like me. Yeah,
there's.
there's a couple of southern rednecks that would really like my political
Oh yeah, I'm
perspective.
sure they would. They definitely want Trump.
Oh, they will. I'm sure the people on Patriots.win would definitely love that
yeah.
take.
I feel like the people would say to me, like, you want us a king? That's an authoritarian. I would say to them, we'll get rid of the Federal Reserve. They'd be like, okay, let's go. Yeah.
Go. First, man.
First order of business, destroy the Fed.
Oh, that would be great. I know that Trump said he's going to be dictator for a day if he gets back in office.
I feel
Oh,
like
they're afraid of
that will be a
Well, this is
long, long day.
This is what they're afraid of, which is this compilation. However, if Trump were dictator for a day, and just one day, what I'd like him to do is not necessarily go after his political opponents. He should do that too. But number one, abolish the Fed. It's unconstitutional. Yes. Do that first. That should be order number one, is abolish the unconstitutional Federal Reserve. Thank you. That would be great.
You
but-
should just go full Javier. Milei.
Yeah,
Fuera!
fuera! Get rid of everything.
Oh.
I'm quite pleased he actually did it. I didn't think there was a snowball's chance in hell he'd abolish all those ministries and organizations, and he did.
Oh yeah, I read about that. Milei, I think he fuered at least about 9 or 10 government agencies in Argentina already. Just the DHS
Within like a
and,
week. Yeah.
a few
Crazy.
equity groups. He was just afuera.
Get
He
rid of all
actually did
this
it.
shit. I
Oh,
love
yeah.
it. I'm so happy.
The absolute mad lad. He actually did it.
Oh, by the way,
no one
people
else.
that were...
All the other like Trump-esque figures that they've hyped up in the media over the years have not done anything. But Milei did it. At least
Yeah,
something.
so people are asking, Ultima Ratio Regum, that is Latin for the last argument of kings. It was written on King Louis's cannons.
That's based.
Yes, so that's
Yeah, they need to do that in the United States.
yeah, that's a war statement. Basically, once all other options have been exhausted, declare war. That was essentially the last argument of kings. I would like to get that tattooed on my forearms.
Oh, I'd never get a tattoo. I used to think about getting a Star Trek tattoo for years, and then I was like,
The last argument of kings, I would not mind Latin on my forearm.
"That's pretty okay. That's pretty cool. That's probably cooler than a Star Trek tattoo."
Are tattoos degenerate?
Well, going back to your argument, is something
no.
degenerate? Things aren't degenerate in a vacuum, right? Things aren't degenerate necessarily. Well, maybe some things, but you know, some things are degenerate in the background.
Okay, so
vacuum.
as far as the degeneracy goes, I think when you ask something like tattoos, I think the degeneracy is more based on the kind of person that is wearing that, rather than the thing itself. That's my opinion. Because like my grandfather had
Actually,
tattoos.
it kind of. Oh yeah.
Yeah, and he
Go
fought in
on.
the Second World War, so I don't consider him a degenerate because he had
It
tattoos.
depends on the tattoo. Like
It was
you know,
an eagle.
if someone gets someone fought in a war, gets a tattoo.
It was at the base of a
to-
symbol. I don't quite know what it meant at the time.
Or gets a symbol to
Well, actually,
for their fallen brothers or something. I don't think that's degenerate.
it actually kind of comes down to what my analysis was on that recent video you mentioned
yeah.
on Destiny and time preferences. The reason a lot of times tattoos seem to be degenerate is because the type of person who gets tattoos
There you go.
is thinking, oh, this tattoo
Right.
is cool now, but they're not thinking about if the tattoo is going to be cool in 10 years from now. So
Right.
in other words, it actually does to some degree come to a time preference issue.
Yes,
And that the
yeah.
type of person who gets a tattoo is often a type of person who doesn't think in terms of long-term time preferences. They're thinking of high time preference, I want this tattoo now to feel good now, without considering whether or not it will actually look good in 10 years, or if it even will make sense in 10 years.
It's
And so
meaningful,
it's not
yeah.
so much it's not so much the tattoo itself that
Yeah.
is degenerate. Tattoos themselves are not actually degenerate. It's that the type of person who is getting them is usually a person with higher
Yeah.
time preference and lower IQ. And so and then they do degenerate behavior. And so it seems like tattoos are degenerate. When in reality, we're just associating the tattoo with degeneracy because a lot of the times the type of person who's getting them is, to be quite frankly, a complete moron.
Yeah, there's a great.
How many guys in the chat have tattoo right now that feel insulted by this conversation?
I don't know. There's a great Tom Segura bit though where he's like,
Sorry, not sorry.
Yeah,
No,
no, I
please.
think you're completely correct with the high time preference versus low time preference thing on the tattoo. But the Tom Segura bit is something like, "Oh, I'll never forget that time I spent working with those children for 3 months in Belize. That's why I got a tattoo of a leaf from their native village right here above my ass crack." Like, yeah, that's degenerate. Like, that's not really. You know?
I do know people who do that though. When they do get tattoos, they think it's to commemorate something.
Sometimes, and I think that that's fine, but like it's okay. I think it's multiplicitous. It's the placement of the tattoo. If it's on your forearm or something, whatever. If it's on your ass crack, if it's a tramp stamp, it's a tramp stamp. Let's watch a little bit though, because I keep bringing this up. Of
I'd like to
how
get the
these-
Ultima Ratio Regan one on my friggin' on my neck.
Oof, don't get neck tattoos. Don't get anything near your face. That'll fuck you up.
That's a
Here's-
joke, by
here-
the way. I wouldn't do that.
Just a little bit of a compilation so we can get a taste of these people's absolute insanity
Yes, face tattoos are a great way to physically remove yourself from all.
from society.
Yes.
Well, he cannot be the next president.
Yes, he can.
Liz?
Because
Yeah, you
if
can,
he
though.
is,
You can't imagine the things that he's going to do.
Okay. Oh Jesus Christ! Like I can hear the panic in his voice already, just from the volume.
that's why I said it's projection, it's solipsism, because like he's Voldemort to them. Like they've made up in their heads what they want to do, and like, well, if I was Trump, here's what I would do, and I'd do horrible shit. So that must be that's what Trump would do too, I suppose. Just watch a couple seconds of it. It's crazy.
Oh, Canada. We can't go to Canada because eventually Canada will become annexed to America.
And shoot visitors to the White House.
What? Go back to
We
that?
can shoot the First Lady.
We're gonna see.
Oh, well, yeah, these people are afraid. A lot of the people who have been doing bad things that kind of will piss the Trumpster off are the ones who are the most afraid if he's going to win, because they know that, and it's kind of goes back to what you said about power a little while ago, Spoon, is that a lot of times power is just about exerting control over your political enemies.
Yeah.
They are doing that, and they know that it's coming back on them if the wrong person gets in power. So, but they're trying to get everybody else afraid of what they're afraid of. But in reality, the average person's not really going to be affected at all, regardless of whether it's Biden in power or if it's Trump in power. It's not actually going to make a difference to the average American. Because to be honest, they're only slightly different.
Economically,
Economically, there'll be a big difference, yeah.
But there will be an economic difference, I would say, because there was, and we can see that demonstrably.
Oh yeah, Trump will be better than Biden. I will not deny that. But he's not going to be perfect. People who think that like Trump is going to come in and fix everything are a little bit delusional, unfortunately.
Do you know
Trump is based. Yeah. Trump is nice, but he's not going to actually fix things.
Have you noticed?
As people would want him to.
Have you noticed something that I find very strange about our democratic system? Like you just said, that there's people who legitimately think like Trump can rule like a king, and I find it. There's this.
You cut out for a second, Spoon.
There's this weird perception that you're electing a king. You're electing this very powerful executive that in no way has nearly as much power as you think. And when these people get into office, you hear these people on television just say, well, there's going to be a cabinet and things they have to do deals with to do all these policies. And I'm thinking, how the hell is there a regime in place to stop the person that was elected from doing what they were elected to do by other people who were also elected to do the same fucking thing? And to no person is that weird. No one thinks that's strange. Like, hello? How does this system make any sense?
Well, that and the power structure within how most democracies work is a lot more complicated than people realize. That's why a lot of people think that, we'll just elect the right guy and he will get in there and he'll declare the state illegitimate once he's president.
Sure.
Yes, because like I said, they think their executive is like a king.
But the
they rejoice like
is that he can't actually do that.
No, they
can't.
It'd be nice if he tried, but he can try and he can make an attempt. But there's got a lot of convoluted barriers in place.
There's 1,000 different pieces of bureaucracy in place to make
off.
Exactly.
Yes. But the thing that annoys me is that's what they want. But the second that there is an executive that is going to try to do something similar, they screech that he's an authoritarian. And I'm like, okay, how much of what you want him to do versus how much bureaucracy is he going to crush is acceptable to you? Because here's the reality. If you want the executive to have more power, he is going to take it away from somebody else. That is the reality. So if you don't like the bureaucracy being shit and you want it to dissipate, that power is going to transfer to something. It doesn't just dissipate it to the ethers. That's not the way the world works. So you have to. I try to explain this to Americans, and I've realized a lot of Americans do not understand this. They can't understand the difference between big and strong. They think they're synonyms. And I don't know why.
Yeah.
Because I've said to them...
That is true.
Yes, I've said to them...
Big equals strong,
yes.
But that's not the case.
Yes, but I say like...
I can kind of tell you why.
Go on.
One of the reasons why actually comes back to psychological projection. For instance, one thing I'm seeing some projection of is in the mainstream media and their coverage of Javier. And they're calling him an authoritarian. And the reason he's an authoritarian is because he's tearing down the power structures that these mainstream, or cathedralites, as I sometimes like to call them. He's tearing down the power structures that they depend on.
Yes.
Right.
That they depend on. And so they psychologically project that and view it as authoritarianism because they're losing power.
Losing power, yeah.
Yes.
And that's how a lot of people see the thing, and that's kind of the flaw in how humans think, in a way, is that they view the power structure that they depend on, that they often unjustly have, and they see that being torn down, and they think that they're being attacked, when in reality, what's going on is that he's just getting rid of a corrupt organization. He's just acquiring, and that's fine.
If they're part of the cathedral, so the cathedral is artificially created by man, and therefore it can be torn down just as easily. But the contention there is sort of like, well, yes, I'm part of the cathedral, therefore the cathedral is good. But what if that contention is false? What if the cathedral has been fundamentally corrupted? You know, I come from academia,
well,
right?
it is.
Which is the Ur cathedral. Of course it is, but my point is, you know, I come from academia, which is the Ur Cathedral, and there is this part of me that has that sensation inside of myself, because I've so venerated academia for so much of my life that no, we have these very strict rules that we must abide by to make sure that academia is pure in its pursuit of knowledge. And then you actually get out of it to a certain degree, and you look at it from an external point of view and realize, it's corrupt to its very core. It's corrupt to its very core. But when you're inside of that cathedral, when you're inside of academia, it's very difficult to see that. And these people, because they're inside of it, right,
and the power structure that they've benefited from, and so a lot of these people who have gained prestige within the cathedral have a very hard time seeing that the prestige they have is somewhat illegitimate. They don't want to accept that, because then they have to accept the fact that some of the things that they believe in and some of their life's work and some of the academic papers that they've been submitting are in fact just virtue signals disguised as legitimate academic research.
Well, yeah. It's astonishing.
And I think you've seen that. I've actually saw some of your videos, and I think you've kind of gone through some academic papers that are a bit, where you can tell that the people who did this research, they didn't conduct the research honestly. I mean, maybe they...
But I'm not sure where. Is that in the 1960s, the Marxists went out of the streets and into the cathedral. They went out of the streets and into the universities. And that's where we find ourselves now, is that they weren't able to get the societal momentum that they wanted to overthrow society, to achieve their socialist utopia by marching. So they went into the universities and started telling people lies, started telling people falsehoods, and now
it kind of became
generations of that.
A Gish Gallop in a way. It became a long version of the Gish Gallop. Now you have a stack of pseudo-intellectual academic research that's bogus, and we're kind of finding that now. A lot of this research, it can't be replicated at all.
Of course not.
I think there was a lot of, there have been some
Replication
recent
crisis,
meta-analysis. Yeah. I forget. Yeah, the replication crisis is what I'm talking about, where a lot of this can't be replicated. And when you look into the research that can't be replicated, oh wow, it's mostly the research that, to some degree, in some ways, supports a leftist and Marxist agenda. That is all bogus. They just have this massive stack of BS research that they're trying to use in order to justify a nonsensical agenda. Yep. Wow, what a surprise. All of it turns out to be bogus. Well, not all of it, of course. I mean, some of it's legitimate, but a lot of it is BS.
The scary part is that my field is amongst... Actually, my field's a little bit better than... Like, I think poli-sci is the worst. Poli-sci, I think, has like a 90% incompatibility with replication, which is funny. God. But my field, communication, I think is about 70%, which isn't great, but it's better than other fields. Even biology, I think, sits at something like 50%. And that's the horrifying part. When biologists can't replicate their research, yes, it's because this isn't about actually...
Doesn't require corpses.
It's not about science. It's about proving some kind of point, or it's about making your academic career. All of this is farcical and ridiculous and silly, and I hate it.
Oh god! See, this is what I like about my own field at CompSci. For all of the problems that we have, at least we're almost strictly empirical and strictly, specifically conclusion based. We're on the outcome based. Where if your idea about something is wrong, then the program won't work. For instance, if you're programming something and you execute it, you compile it, and it doesn't do what you thought it would do, well, congratulations, you're wrong. You immediately know that you're wrong, and everybody else immediately knows that you're wrong on GitHub. So there's no question about it. But unfortunately, in these qualitative, in the qualitative and in the what you were mentioning on the people who just kind of publish
Critical
whatever their
cultural.
feelings are, and critical cultural, yeah, you can't immediately test that. That's a problem. There's nothing that's actually stands in their way that kind of immediately sets up as a stopgap against publishing BS research. It's not like they're talking about. It's not like they're publishing a paper about how to build an engine, or if they're wrong about how that engine is built, the engine will just not work. It doesn't. It doesn't work like that. What they're instead doing is publishing a bunch of, again, as you say, a self-consensus or
I read a
a lived
doctoral-
experience.
Yeah, I read a doctoral dissertation one time that was I believe it was it was a pure mathematics doctoral dissertation, and I believe it was out of a Ivy League university, though I can't recall which. I have a video on it, where it was just this black woman, of course, writing about her walking down the street and looking at bicycles being parked, and a bike. Why did there bike locks on it? That's racist. It was a pure mathematics dissertation. It's supposed to be pure mathematics, and it was, and then it turned out after the fact that the small part of the dissertation, because a dissertation is usually like 300 pages, the small part of her dissertation that included actual math was written by her advisor. She didn't even write it. That kind of stuff. Out of I believe an Ivy League university. Now I could be wrong. It's been years, but that kind of stuff is so horrifying, and that's how you get your Kareem, what's his name? The guy who keeps insisting that 2 + 2 = 5.
Retard.
Yeah.
That guy. Because for high values of 2, then 2 + 2 actually could equal 5. Yes, okay, we get it. I get that for high values of 2, that 2 + 2 could equal 5, but that's not why you're arguing it. And you know that your audience on Twitter doesn't understand how for high values of 2, 2 + 2 could equal 5, because that's not what you're saying. You're trying to deconstruct reality because you have this weird communist,
postmodernist,
postmodernist, I would say Gnostic understanding of the world, where we have to deconstruct literally everything. It's only once you deconstruct everything that we can finally achieve our utopia. But again, it's a utopic worldview that causes this nonsense.
They would only go so far with things they want to deconstruct. Once you go near racy topics, they go like,
Yeah. This is why on my channel I kind of try and focus on the logic side of things, because a lot of times these sort of bad research that you just talked about can be refuted, but if you look at the logic of the methodology. For instance, what you just mentioned there with that, like, black women going through the streets and citing empirical mathematical data to prove the racism of the bikes being locked up, what it really is, at the end of the day, is actually a circular argument. They're assuming that the empirical data means what they say it means in order to prove that it means what they say it means. For instance, the communists will do this a lot of times with the surplus labor value argument. They will assume that, the surplus labor value can be empirically measured. You can empirically measure a difference in what the boss pays you and what your labor provided. Therefore, the surplus labor value is real. But that's a circular argument.
Yes, and how do you also quantify what is the labor valued at? It's another whole issue.
They're assuming that the way that they look at it is true. They're assuming that the way that they look at it.
Right.
They're assuming that what they're seeing as the surplus labor value, that they're assuming that their reasoning is correct behind what surplus labor value is, in order to prove that their reasoning about what surplus labor value is correct. It's kind of like if they said that, the moon is magical, and we know that the moon is magical because we can measure the light from the moon, and the light is magical because we say it is, and we know that the magic exists because we can measure the light from the moon.
Exactly.
And it's completely irrational. It's totally circular.
It's not how hypothesis testing works. You can't start out with a conclusion and then end up at your hypothesis. Like, it's the exact opposite.
That's what they did with the hunting fucking thing that was recently in the Daily Mail.
What was it?
The woman said that women are better hunters than men, which is patently absurd.
I saw that. Yeah, I didn't read into that.
Yeah, and then there was one argument where they literally just said they had the hypothesis, which was they think women are better hunters than men, and then they looked for evidence for that.
Okay.
That doesn't make any sense, you twat.
You are not supposed to do that, and that's...
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's how you know that's a gimmick of propaganda, is because in the real world, you would find the evidence and then formulate a hypothesis based on your findings. not do it in reverse.
You do. It's actually not true. You do start with
Shut
a
up, Lucifer.
But you do start with a hypothesis, and then you go and try and test. You don't look for things that support your hypothesis alone. You look for
Yeah, but so I'm saying
evidence
they had the
in general.
hypothesis first, and then they went to look for the evidence.
But you do start with the hypothesis first. The problem is the
Problem
opposite.
is
that
midwits don't know the difference.
Right, is that they start with a conclusion and then work towards the hypothesis. It's that they say, here's a thing that I see in reality, and then I'm going to explain why it is that way, and then my hypothesis therefore retroactively becomes truth to explain the thing that I saw rather than act. That's not how any of this is supposed to work. But I mean, I digress. Of course they don't, because it's not about science. It's not about anything that's real. It's about power. At the end of the day, that's all that's about. Like I said at the beginning, the only chant, the only slogan that I think the left is actually believes in, sincerely, is that there is no truth but power. I think they believe that, and they seem to believe that very consistently. It's Morgan.
Not really.
Well, nobody would, but...
I heard that.
Yeah, I was about to say, we haven't actually gone through much of your...
I just put stuff...
subjects to actually
We
talk
never do.
about.
We'd be lucky if we can get through
No.
5 of like 50.
Like I said, like...
So this is regular. This is common.
Yeah,
yeah, like I
there's,
said,
yeah.
I sent you the- I
Whenever
sent you the
when I saw
yeah.
that document, I'm like, Aiden, there's no way in hell we can get through even like a third of this.
No, I throw it in
So,
here for
so this
fun.
is what Aiden does a lot.
Yes,
He
that-
just makes
yeah.
this massive list, and then we don't follow it.
Yes.
Genius.
No, it's just like... How, you know,
We basically do the stream to shit talk about the crap. It's basically like Mock the Week if it was just a podcast.
Pretty much. Let's watch my boy Count Dankula, Marcus Meechan, on the insufferable turd Piers Morgan's uncensored podcast.
Chad Scottish
Now,
man versus pretentious git.
I would really like to point out that before we watch either of these clips, because there's 2 of them, that Piers Morgan has left his regular program to be on a show called Uncensored. Piers Morgan Uncensored.
Where he censors himself constantly because he's a
and where he
F-word.
demands others censor.
Agate Faye.
I've never been impressed by anything Pierce Morgan has ever said.
It's well.
I will
watch
say
this.
he did get a little bit clowned by Hassan Piker near the end of that interview,
Oh yeah, he did a little bit. Which we watched.
which was funny.
Funny. How do you manage to get clowned on by Hassan Piker?
Yeah, that was
Dear
pretty
Lord.
good.
Here we go.
Completely right in doing it. It's
Why?
Elon Musk's company, so if he wants Alex Jones back on the platform, then he absolutely can. And he did put it to a poll to the public, you know, Vox Populi, Vox Day, and people said they wanted him back on the platform, so he's brought them back on the
Well,
platform.
it's an amateur poll. 2 million of his followers.
Oh, shut up,
voted
Piers.
around
Amateur
Tony.
poll. Don't you go on about the
That
people,
is such
what
an
the people want?
elitist phrase. Oh, it's an amateur poll. It's the people who
otherwise-
run. It's the people who use the site. You pleb.
But otherwise, he would be screeching about democracy. But when it's about what happens on Twitter, it's an amateur poll. How curious.
God, I
Each
want to
one
swear.
voted, etc.
You can swear here. You can say whatever you want.
It's not a sophisticated.
Each account can
proper
only
poll.
vote once.
Yeah, but my point is there a line though on free speech at all for you?
For me personally, no.
Nothing.
No,
Anything.
no. I think that Alex Jones should be able to go on Twitter. If they want him there, then that's fine. They can have him there, and he can.
Oh
Do you think
god,
what he
let
said
me just
about the
listen to
Sandy-
that real quick. It'll be really based of Elon Musk is if he goes through sort of the Twitter accounts and just kind of bans all the people for a day who complain about certain people being back.
I mean, that would be funny. To watch, I mean, they don't
It-
lose
it
their
would.
minds. They'd lose their minds because they're addicted. All the people who complain about this stuff are addicted to Twitter, clinically, I would say.
You want to go through that article, don't you?
Yeah, we'll bring it up.
That
after we
blog
watch
one.
these
Oh
parts.
my
Yeah.
god, I practically had an erection while I was reading that. It was fucking funny
I'm
as
sure
hell.
you did. It's very. Spoon sent me an article, Mentis, of someone who has severe.
I have it on
Elon
word that
derangement
was actually
syndrome.
not satire. That's real.
I have no
Law.
idea. I have no idea if it's satire or not, but yeah, it's very difficult to tell with these people sometimes. What were we? We were debating on whether something was satire the other day, Spoon, but it doesn't matter. Here's
Oh, it was the
massive-
the Afro argument.
Oh, there was some Afro Center thing that
Yeah.
I was absolutely sure was satire.
Yeah, it was the one that I
and
sent to V, because V didn't know if it was satire either. He said it's not, and I actually agreed. I actually thought it was real as well, because it sounds exactly
thought it
like the
was
shit that
satire.
lefties would say. It's perfectly
like I
in
say,
line with
Poe's
them.
law. You can't satire the far left these days.
No.
No.
They are completely susceptible to Poe's law. You cannot tell if it is satire. If you think that it's satire, I guarantee you, there's some crazy animal on BreadTube who has said it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Who unironically believes it.
That's it makes it absolutely impossible. I mean, sites like The Onion, although The Onion doesn't do anything good anymore, but it's why what's the like right wing equivalent?
Babylon
What's
Bee.
it called again? Babylon Bee. Why they're so successful is because it is true that if some crazy person on Twitter says, I mean, there's a BreadTuber who says it as satire. There's some BreadTuber who absolutely will agree.
There is there's an iceberg meme to some degree on what BreadTube is. Most people that they think of BreadTube, they think of like Boosh and H-Bomber Guy or ContraPoints and whatever.
No.
But what people don't realize is that on BreadTube, there's actually thousands of people who are kind of like wannabe BreadTubers who only have about maybe 100 to 1,000 subscribers.
Sure.
So there's a lot of these sort of mini BreadTubers.
Yeah, like
and
Demon
you would think
Mama,
because
how
a lot
big
of times
is she or whatever. Be polite.
the algorithm, to many degrees, is in favor of people posting politically correct opinions. So you may have to wonder, how is it that these people are posting politically correct crap, but they're not getting promoted by the algorithm? And then so you watch some of their videos of sort of I've seen a few videos of the lesser BreadTubers. For instance, there's a few videos I watch of some guy who said he was going to debunk something of mine, but he never did.
Oh, yeah.
And I watched some of his
that.
videos. I think he had something like 1.5k subscribers, and I went through some of them, and it is insane. It's just logical fallacy after logical fallacy after logical fallacy. Every 30 seconds, he's saying something that contradicts what he said before. And that's kind of what the lesser BreadTubers are. They're these crazy people who are low IQ, but they think that they're geniuses, and they're just spewing bad arguments over and over and over again, and they're so bad that even any intelligent leftist will look at this and be like, "Oh, this guy doesn't know what the heck he's talking about. This doesn't make any sense whatsoever."
We watched a couple of minutes, not very much, of a woman who did a stream on TikTok, or not TikTok, Twitch, reacting to a video of mine last week. And do you remember that, Spoon?
That was not a video. That was a whining bitch that gave me a fucking headache.
She was just whining. Like, she wasn't. But here's the thing. Like, she was debunking a
feelings.
video I made, but she didn't respond to my video at all. She was just talking about her own feelings, about like her own life that had nothing to do with what I was saying. It's like, this is what these people do. They just, and then they'll post the VOD on YouTube and goes, Aiden Paladin epically debunked, and it's, you go and watch the VOD and it's just her being like, my cat, and it's, what is this? The
funny thing is, she unironically believes, in her mind, she unironically believes that what she's saying is refuting you. She unironically believes that you are refuted by my feelings. She actually thinks that in her brain, inside the meat within her head.
By the way, she seems pleasant enough to be on Twitter. She wasn't like attacking me and calling me a
Is this the
nudesy,
Jewish
like
one?
most of them. Yeah, the woman we watched last week. Yeah, sorry, she's clearly. I don't know if she's Jewish or not, but she
freaking looks like one. It screams.
I'm gonna get in trouble. But
well, she looks Jewish.
She looks Jewish. But she was very pleasant to me on Twitter about it. But then we watched a little bit of the VOD, and I actually. Well, she was pleasant to me on Twitter, I was saying.
It's quite funny considering she insulted you in the title of the fucking video.
Considering, just in the title, she insulted me throughout much of the video. We only watched like 10 minutes. I watched the whole thing.
You could sit through hours of that?
I was doing other stuff. I was researching.
Good God, Aiden.
And writing. But yeah, I listened to the whole thing, and I wasn't paying super attention to it. But yeah, and it was just like occasional insults in between her talking about her own life, and it's like...
It was better than the one who couldn't pronounce my name.
And then just reposts the VOD and says this is a debunk, and that's what that.
Oh god, that was really
though.
funny.
And then the funny thing
I still
is
need
when
to do
you
a video
get
on that, by the way.
The funny thing is when you get those videos sent back at you, and it's like, look, you were owned. And it's like, where? You didn't address any of my points.
That is literally how.
That's how it works. That's how people do. That's
that
their
is
modus operandi.
That is how I did the video on just some guy.
Yeah.
It's because he said the same thing on or someone said that about him on V's
Wait, what?
feed. That just some guy owned V.
Oh, yeah.
It was just because of that comment that I went to go check out the video. Because he said that V is a Nazi, because V said the right cares about quality and the left cares about equality, which is true. And then I just watched the guy who said this guy owned V. And went, there is no way in hell there's someone who says this something, or there's no way someone who is this dumb who says something this stupid is gonna own V in a political argument in a million years. And when I watched it, I went, oh my god, this is deliciously retarded. I have to make fun of this.
Yeah, but just him rambling. That's what most of this BreadTube stuff is. They just
ramble. It was great because I looked at my video. I looked at the video. I got more videos on just some guy's critique than his own video.
Yeah.
Which is just, that's fantastic. Considering he's like 10 times my follower base, that just makes it so much funnier.
The midwits don't understand what refuting something actually means. Like, for instance, that channel I was talking about, which I'm not naming because he doesn't deserve to be named. But so 1.5k subscribers or something like that. I don't remember. One of the people he tried to debunk. Are you familiar with Sean Last at all?
Oh yeah, I know Sean. Sean Last.
Sean Last, yeah.
I'm friends with Sean Last, so yeah.
So he tried to debunk Sean Last. He made a video trying to debunk Sean Last. And what it was it's something like over 10 minutes of him trying to debunk Sean Last. And if you're familiar with the work Sean Last does, it's mainly just kind of
statistics,
supporting a biological biorealism through pure statistics, as well as providing alternative explanations for why certain things are happening that the cathedral doesn't. That goes against what the cathedral would say. And so he does pretty good work. But anyway, this guy tried to debunk Sean Last, and throughout the entire video, he didn't actually go over a single source of empirical data that Sean Last actually brought up. Now, if you're familiar with Sean Last's work, you immediately understand that makes no sense. How can you debunk Sean Last, who tackles subjects purely through an empirical standpoint, without actually citing any empirical data to the contrary?
Oh, because it's about feelings.
And the answer is he talks about random crap and thinks that he's, in his mind, in his brain, he thinks that he's refuting Sean Last. And it's hilarious how dumb he is.
I mean, it's been happening for years. If you don't remember the Kraut saga, that was what that was too. Academics, please respond. It was just like I don't know if you're around for that MentisWave. Yeah. Of which I
watched from the background.
Yeah. I was secondarily, not even tertiarily involved in that because I was on the target list. Even though I offered to help Kraut understand statistics and maths. And he didn't like that because I'm a bad newtsie.
Oh my god. I just looked at something. No. You know that guy that tried to do the video on me? Who couldn't pronounce my name?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's in my comment section again.
Of course he is.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. The silly guy who has the little silly MS Paint avatar. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so in the video that I did today, I said the only reason why women go to any space where there's men only is to get dick. Because I actually think that's true. Because if women want spaces for their own, they would just go with themselves. If there's a space where there's only men and they can't get access to it, it's because they want access to the men. 100%. I don't believe it's for any other reason other than this dick. Straight up. And that was my argument. And the guy says, you think the only reason women do anything that is seen as masculine by society is because they want to find some guy to be with. But I didn't even say that in my fucking...
I'd say that.
Yes, but I agree with it as well.
Not in terms of perceived as masculine. What I was thinking of when I said that was just saw a video today of some woman who's working out in the gym, and I'm sure you both have seen these videos where the woman is got her camera set up and she's quote unquote working out in the gym, and then she is just looking at just wants some man to look at her and then to get mad at it. That's what I'm thinking of, and that clearly happens. It's outrage virality.
Women ruin every space they go into. Seriously. Everywhere you find women, it changes the dynamic, and always for the worst. Don't go to a gym when there's guys. We lift heavy weights, we grunt, and we throw shit around. right? If
I
you
don't
go in
think
an
it's
environment,
inherent, but I understand. I didn't understand when I was younger, right? Why men felt
well,
that way.
well, this is a gym, and I do not like women being in gym. Seriously, like that is a male-only territory. If you don't like the way that we work out, fuck off.
I didn't understand why men felt that way when I was younger in my life, going to like comic book shops and things like that. And now I understand why. Because there really are just some women who will just show up to like ruin stuff because they're looking for attention. And I don't understand that mentality. It's like, I'm just here to read comic books, to buy comic books or something. I'm here to play video games. I'm here to play tabletop games. But there is a certain...
If you're there for the same reason that men are there for, then it's not really a big issue. The problem is that a lot of the women who get into it are just thoughts. That's the simplest way to put it. That's the
Trolling
way
from
to
cock.
put it, is that a lot of the women who get into it is that they're thoughts. They come in here to be don't hit on, be silly boys, and it's extremely annoying if you're not looking for that.
But I remember like one time I was at my LCS.
You know what this reminds me of? Sorry. Have you seen that meme that goes around of the guy who's just like reading a comic book or looking at his phone, and it's a woman like bending over saying like, "Stop looking at my ass," and then like the next picture is her face, or like her ass in his face. Literally, he's like, "Stop looking at my ass." It's that.
Well, one time I was in my LCS, and this was a long time ago. This would have been like 2010. Okay, so like well over a decade ago. Like right when all the Marvel stuff, like the Marvel movies started to get real popular. I was at my local comic book shop. Sorry, should have explained what LCS is. I was at my local comic book shop, picking up my weeklies. And this guy, like... And I was also like, do I want to buy a trade? Like a book instead of just a little... a thick comic book rather than a floppy. God, I'm sorry, it's a lot of jargon if you don't know anything about comic books. And this dude,
Floppy,
like,
I
walked
think
up to
computer
me.
hardware.
Dude, like, walked up to me and started... And look, he was a little bit stereotypical looking in some ways, and started grilling me on my knowledge of comic books. And it's the only time in my entire life this has happened. It happened to me once, and I've been a nerd my whole life. One time it happened to me. One time. And the owner of the comic book shop and I were just like, dude, what are you doing? Like, it was... Look, that guy exists, okay? But there's like 10 of him. It's not normally men really enjoy, I think, what at least used to, not anymore probably, and I understand why, women being legitimately involved in their hobbies, whatever it is. It's the faux involvement for attention that I think irritates people. And for good reason, because it's
they kind of say that a simple way to understand it is that there's a difference between a girl who plays video games and a gamer girl. Exactly. That's the simplest way to understand
gamer versus gamer girl.
Yeah.
That's kind of goes on. It's not that you're bad for being women. It's that some women will do certain things that they don't actually care about the hobby. And the funny thing is about that guy who will come and grill you on your... He does that to men too.
I bet he does. I guarantee he does. Exactly. I guarantee he does.
And to regularly show that he knows more.
Right, just because that's like whatever his hang-up is. And but I remember like years later, when that started to become a very popular narrative, that men keep asking me questions. I was like, it's happened to me once in my whole life of being involved in these hobbies. It's happened to me once, and it wasn't even a big deal. Like he was like, well, who's your favorite anchor? Got down to that point. He's like, who's your favorite comic book writer? I'm like, I don't even remember who I said at the time. Who's your favorite artist? I'm like, I don't remember who I said at the time. And then, who's your favorite
anchor? The interesting thing is...
What are you, anchor? What are you talking
about? You don't know. You don't actually know if he did that, because he always does that to everybody, or if he did that because you're a woman. That kind of goes into something I made a video on, the victim perception fallacy.
He just does it to everybody. Yeah, exactly.
I didn't even think about that up until
you actually don't know.
Yeah, why would I know
that? Yeah, you don't actually know if he did it because you're a woman. You have no way of knowing. It's entirely victim perceptions. And the funny thing is... Not sure. Is that one of my videos you watched? Victim perception fallacy.
I watched every video.
That was something I did.
I watched every video in your catalog, man.
Oh my!
Okay,
so
Aiden does this, by the way.
That is something that happens.
If she finds a new comic,
you were an
like
SJW type. If you were like a woke-toid social scientist, you might write an entire academic paper on that, on how this guy came up to you and started grilling you, and you totally perceive that because you're a woman. And it would probably get published. No,
but instead I was just like, that guy was socially awkward and had probably, I don't know, maybe he was trying to flirt with me in his own way. I have no idea what he was doing. Maybe he, and as you said, maybe he just does it to everybody because he probably does. And maybe that was just his way of his way of socializing, and he's socially awkward, and he's like trying to locate where you are on the spectrum of what you like about comic books. I mean, I would say that particular guy was aggressive, but it was the only time in over a decade of reading comic books, actively going, in 2 decades of going to conventions, that I've ever had somebody check me. Right? In 2 decades, I've had it happen, or nearly 2 decades. I've had it happen once. I don't believe you ladies that this happens to you all the time. So sorry. And as someone who's cosplayed, as someone who's been a presenter at conventions about nerd shit, no, I don't believe you. Sorry. I've been too involved in this to believe that shit. Just...
They probably perceive a man talking to them about anything in comics as him checking them because they're a woman. Again, it comes down to victim perceptions. They don't. They just see, or even worse, sometimes it's a weird form of psychological projection where they see the guy as unattractive, and therefore they project their negative feelings onto him.
But yeah, maybe he was just.
And so then they think everything he says is bad.
Right. And I'm not trying to like dunk. I've had whatever. Doesn't really matter. Let's get. This is a total tangent. Let's get back to Piers Morgan grilling instead of some guy grilling me about Daredevil.
Oh my god, that was good.
Here's Piers Morgan.
Justified. Like, he has the right to say it. I wouldn't say it was justified.
I mean, $1.2 billion worth of damages awarded against him for one of the most serious
biggest civil suit against an individual in the history of America.
One of the worst defamations, actually, in terms of damages America's ever seen. Damages and defamation is not protected by the First
Amendment.
Amendment.
Shut up, Piers.
And yet you think he was...
It's so
There's a reason why everyone thinks you're a twat.
The fact that you're basically... Look...
I just like watching Dank at school him.
Yeah, because the idea that
Chad, Scottish man, teaches pretentious git how speech works.
How much was Alex Jones sued for in this defamation lawsuit? I mean, yeah, it was all of it. It was like, it was billions of dollars, wasn't it?
Yes. And they're just upset that he still gets to do his job.
They're upset that he's alive, is what it is.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
They're upset that he's alive.
He was entitled to say it.
I think he had a right to say it.
He got sued for quite a lot on the defamation case. That's actually one of the things that some people might be aware of, that the Austrian school doesn't like defamation on principle, simply because it's kind of aggression. But a lot of times what happens in court is that when you bring a defamation case, what you're really doing is, what can actually happen is it's a rich person going out, or it's a more powerful person going after somebody else's speech.
Yes,
because what defamation is... What defamation is actually in practice is that you said something that goes against the cathedral, therefore you are wrong, and therefore you owe. Now, in the case of Alex Jones, I agree that what Alex Jones said was most likely wrong.
Yes,
it was probably not correct that all of those people were like in some kind of massive conspiracy to fake Sandy Hook. That's probably not a thing.
I agree.
I mean, there's a small chance that it's a thing, but it's very unlikely. So I agree that Alex Jones was wrong. However, him being taken to court over it,
over his right to be, you have a right to be wrong. Now, when it comes to defamation, is what the families claimed, of course, is that they were harassed, they were attacked.
I don't believe that.
But the problem with defamation is that you have to be able to prove damages. And even though they were awarded, I don't think they ever proved damages besides emotional damages. Now, emotional damages are damages. That's true.
I think they were emotionally damaged to begin with.
Maybe. Alex shouldn't have said those things, to be honest, but he was. I think he should be allowed to say them. I mean, like, when I say he shouldn't have said them, I mean for decorum reasons.
You know what's creepy, though? Is whenever people attack Alex Jones for any particular reason, he has a disturbing chance of being correct, and when they went that hard at him, it made me think there's something to his story. Just based on that alone.
Isn't that weird?
Oh yeah, I felt that too.
Yeah. Same.
Like, man, like you guys are really going really heavy on this dude for this kind of freaking thing. That seems kind of shady.
I thought he was wrong about the Sandy Hook stuff, and then when they went at him so hard about it, made me go,
Wait, yeah.
Wait a minute, why? Why are you going so hard at him about this one?
Yeah.
I mean, he talks about crazy shit all the time, but why this one? That was curious.
Unless it's the one that they think can get most public outrage.
True.
That's also a potential.
Maybe, and that it did cause a lot of public outrage.
Yeah, mostly by morons.
Yeah, obvious. That's always the case.
I mean, people that just like Alex Jones, they're almost always stupid. Case in point, fucking Piers Morgan.
That killed 20 young kids was a fake and a hoax. The parents of the
Piers
grieving
Morgan
dead
is definitely on the sound smart but is dumb scale. That location of the chart.
Yeah, sure.
I kind of find that offensive.
Why?
Because the implication is he has an accent, therefore he sounds smart, but he's a moron. I think
Look,
many people can say the same.
You know this. To Americans, anyone with a vaguely British accent sounds smart to us.
Yes, but the reason I said that offends me is because that can easily apply to me.
Yeah.
Yes, there's already people that think as soon as they hear my accent, goes like, "Who is this fucking English man talking shit?" I'm like, "I'm not English, you twats."
I've lived here too long for that to work on me anymore, but yeah.
No, you just have a fellow that just...
Yeah, if you listen to it for long enough, it loses its power.
I take offense to that too. It will never lose my power.
Okay, sure thing. Alright, Phil. Love you too.
Actors. These were statements which he repeatedly made, which led to actual intimidation, harassment, death, and rape threats, and people in the street going up to these people.
I get death and rape threats like every other day.
Piers, you get death threats on a freaking daily basis every time you open your bloody mouth.
So does Count Dankula gets death and maybe not. Well, maybe he might like the rape threats.
Bet you gets marriage proposals.
Every single person who's a public figure gets death threats every day. I'm not saying these families
My pup is also right wing.
It happens, and it should be. I don't know. Actually, I don't know how I feel about making death threats.
I would like to get one just so I say I have gotten one, because everyone I know that gets
you haven't got one yet? Spoon?
No. Why would I get a death threat? Who am I threatening?
Spoon, I've gotten so many death threats. That's astonishing. You've not gotten one.
Well, your subscriber base is a lot bigger than mine.
Maybe.
Well,
I got some hate mail before I even had 1,000 subscribers.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's when my worst part was before like I hit 10K was when I got the most death threats.
I think it's because I'm very calm in my videos.
Maybe. No, you often go off the rails. That's interesting that you say that to Mentis, because when I got the most kind of like aggressive, either KYS or I'm gonna end you stuff was when I was a really small channel. I still get it from time to time, but yeah, that's interesting.
I mean, I've never gotten any. I think it's because I don't come across as unreasonable and excessively hostile. I come across as fairly calm.
It doesn't actually matter. I don't think it actually matters how you come off. Just that if you there's just some lunatic out there who decides that they hate you, they'll say that stuff.
I think it's because
I think also it's whose toes you step on.
Yeah, and another thing that I do on my channel is if people say stupid shit in my comment section, I'll make videos about them.
That's true.
I get some weird stuff from Hasanabi stands because I made a video on Hasanabi being dumb, and Hasanabi has a few stands who are basically unironically gay for him, and so when you say something bad about Hasanabi, they freak out. They just completely lose it, and so I got a lot of lovely hate mail about how I'm a Newtsie.
I mean, like the Newtsie stuff is typical. I was with the. Yeah, and you've made fun of Vosh too, and that will also get you a bunch of hate mail, I'm sure.
I've actually complimented Vosh more than I've hated him.
Really?
Yes.
How so? On what?
When he said the left is full of mental illness.
Oh, that's right. He did say that.
Yes, which was really stupid because it's the one thing that Anna posted about. I'm like, Anna, you stupid jackass! You are on an anti-left tirade, and you post the one freaking thing that you technically are agreeing with him on because you said you also had a problem with the fucking left's language. My God, Anna, you have no strategic brain at fucking all. It was depressingly stupid because everyone in the comment section went, "This is the thing you post about him." Oh my God, Vosh looks based for once.
Yeah, unfortunately. Wow, that's sad. To be able to make Vosh try to look based.
Yes,
crazy.
And he's also agreeing with your point.
Midwit.
Yes, Vosh is a high-functioning midwit. You're correct.
He's
Vosh
pretty much +1 SD.
He is the midwit, I would say. because in terms
He
of
will
being
always be
an
the seed of
exemplar,
destiny.
And yes, he just kind of repeats talking points. Now, I mean, I guess it makes him better than Hassan, but that's not really high praise.
I was about to say, that's not really saying much.
He's smarter than Hassan, but he's worse than Hassan, is what I would actually say.
He's worse than Hassan because his propaganda is probably more persuasive.
It's more effective. If
Yeah.
people probably think it's correct. Vosh is good at making bogus arguments that take a long time to refute. For instance, one of the things he did, because Voosh tried to actually respond and refute something I said.
Was it the Coconut Island?
And one of
thing?
the... no, it wasn't Coconut Island. He tried to refute what I was saying by equivocating on the very concept of what it means to refute something. Like he was saying, oh, you can't debunk positive liberty versus negative liberty because it's a juxtaposition and you can't debunk the concept itself.
I was
It's
just
like,
trying to
I'm not
explain.
trying to debunk the concept. I'm just trying to explain why Vosh's take is wrong. And he was equivocating on those two things to pretend they're the same.
I feel like if you went through that,
versus negative liberty earlier tonight to somebody else, so it's funny. But yeah, curious.
I feel like if you took that conversation to its logical conclusion, you might find a way to break fucking time.
Oh, that was a really long video you did in response to Vosh. I remember that now. It ended up being quite long.
Yeah, because I did it completely unscripted in order to be fair to Vosh, because Vosh does his things unscripted,
Right,
so
right.
I responded to his response to me unscripted. And when I do things unscripted, I tend to ramble a lot.
No,
Normally what I do is my videos are made using bullet points, and I try to follow the bullet points, and then I'll cut it down. But
Right.
sometimes I'll just do it cold, and that's
Well,
what
we're
I
just,
did.
I mean, it's live stream here, so we're all just hanging out. But yeah, I recall that video now that you mention it. Yeah, where that positive versus negative liberty thing, the left really seems unable to, and I actually think a lot of people on the right as well can't understand the positive versus negative liberty thing. And I've struggled to even be able to explain to people like what the difference is with someone who's not a leftist about. There's this perception that like the libertarian side or the more freedom-oriented side is just do whatever you want forever, just inject heroin into your veins. And that's sort of positive liberty, but that's not necessarily what libertarians are necessarily, or ANCAPs are arguing for, is just for complete and utter degeneracy with no stopgaps on it at any point in
That's just
time.
what it comes off as.
I don't think that's
Positive liberty is effectively the benefits you get from having wealth.
Yes.
Positive liberty
Yes.
is what you get when you have wealth, and therefore you can do what you want. The problem is that you need negative liberty to get to that.
Exactly.
So they're not necessarily contradictory to each other.
They're
But what
necessary,
happens is leftists
necessarily dichotomistic.
leftists often ignore the concept of scarcity entirely. And so what they
Oh,
do
God,
with
that's true,
positive
yeah.
liberty is that they're putting the cart before the horse. And that's effectively Vush's argument, is he's putting the cart before the horse and saying, oh yes, we need to focus on this cart because this cart is very nice and it feels good to sit in the cart. And he's not... His audience
he really
isn't
likes to sit in the cart
understanding...
because there's a horse in front of it, so...
It's
kind of nice.
And his audience isn't understanding that.
I should hope not.
No, of course they don't understand that. But in terms of...
I mean the horse thing.
Yeah, well, that was my joke. But, very much so in terms of... Well, his audience doesn't understand anything. They're largely children. Hassan's, I think, are probably... I think Vosh's audience is probably like 16 on average. Hassan's is probably closer to like 9.
That seems legitimately
You know?
terrifying. That like there's actual like teenagers listening to Vosh and think he's talking
I think there's
sense.
children listening to Hassan. But yeah. Anywho, let's finish this. Then after this Piers Morgan thing, I'm gonna have to use the restroom, and then I'm gonna leave you with that Elon derangement syndrome article while I go away for a second.
Oh
'cause
god, that's
it's
gonna
hilarious.
be fun.
It's very fun. It's hilarious. I think I've got a kick out of it, Mentos.
And confronting them, these parents.
Elon
you think all that
derangement
is
syndrome. I'm going to
fine.
read this real quick
I don't-
while you do that.
Yeah, sure.
I think it's fine. I never said
What
it's
is
fine. I
he-
said,
what
I
is
said he has a
he-
right
social
to do
relations?
it.
Does he have a right to do
Yeah,
that?
agreeing that someone has a
I
right
should
Do you think he has a
probably
right-
end. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Right to do that?
Yeah, I think he has a right to do it.
Really?
Agreeing that someone has a right to do something isn't the same as agreeing with what they say.
Yeah.
No, I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
it's a case of
You
You
can't-
actually
No,
think he has
no,
a
you
right
don't,
to do
Piers.
what he did, with the
Yes.
consequences we now know happened.
Yes, basically, yeah, a bunch of nutters did do a lot of awful stuff after the fact, but that's basically going down the same route of, remember back in the 90s they wanted to ban video games and Dungeons and Dragons because they thought it caused violence and devil worship. Or you can't, engage with this type of, media, otherwise it's going to cause X, Y, Z, like rap music causes violence, all that other nonsense. If we're saying, this guy's not allowed to say his conspiracy theories or whatever you want to call them because some crazy guy out there might do something mental, then nobody can talk about anything at all.
Well, you can. There are limits to free speech as there are everything else. Even First Amendment. America has a number.
No. There are limits to free speech. You can't make threats. Dank's gonna talk about this, and Dank will miss one thing. But I have seen this before. He will miss one thing, just a little bit. But no, there really shouldn't be limits on free speech as long as you're not actively threatening someone.
Number of limitations to it.
I disagree with this argument.
TLDR.
Oh, it wasn't in this clip. Oh, it's in this full clip. Fuck. Okay, hang
Yeah,
on.
I-
Hang on.
I disagree with this assessment.
Mm-hmm.
I don't agree with free speech. I
you
know for Americans this is like a huge hard-on, you will hill you die on kind of shit.
Yeah.
But the reason I don't is because to have absolute free speech means
To dictate that and just kind of let the market decide. And unfortunately, right now, there's kind of monopolies based on intellectual property rights that kind of dictates that.
I do think
why
that's
we're kind
changing
of
now.
against intellectual. We are somewhat against IP because of that problem, and because right now a lot of reasons why we have the problems in free speech in big tech is because big techs have monopolies, and they have these monopolies because they all own tens of thousands of patents, and they'll go after little guys who try to compete with them based on those patents. And also the federal government defends their monopoly. For instance, one thing that happened recently was LBRY, if you're familiar with them, was basically attacked by the SEC based on just totally bogus allegations in what they were doing in regards to reporting their cryptocurrency or something like that. And it's complete nonsense. And all they were doing is just shutting down a competitor. And that's what the government actually does. They often protect monopolies more so than actually get out of the way and let the market compete. Because if the market were to compete fairly, what would actually happen is that you would need some degree of free speech. And you see this in social media. A lot of it. X says that, we're the free speech platform, and Gab says, no, we're the free speech platform.
Right.
And Mastodon says it as well with their little decentralized platform that they have. And what happens is, in a way, the internet ends up almost being a weird version of proto-Hoppianism. That's how the internet actually kind of works.
Yep, exactly. And you could go find the community that you wanted to go hang out with and talk there. But now everything has become more and more centralized in terms of free speech onto Twitter, Facebook, however much Facebook even matters anymore. But it is mostly Twitter.
Exactly. So the problem is actually just centralized power.
Yes.
That's where it actually becomes an issue. When you have centralized power, the incentive becomes that the power will become corrupted just because it's centralized. And so the person who sits in that seat is going to start doing things that people don't like. And they're just going to be like, oh, well, I'm the king monkey, so screw you guys.
Well, I'm okay if it's King Elon, but unfortunately he is the outlier on this.
Also, people in the chat have to understand this. It's not my fucking internet. It's OBS. I can still hear Aiden and Mentis talking the whole friggin' time while the stream's going dead. So it's not the internet. It's the fucking app.
We got to figure out what's going on with that. This is a new issue. It's OBS maybe.
It's OBS because I can still hear you guys the whole fucking time. You don't die. So it's not.
Right.
It's not the internet. It's OBS.
I don't know. I think I got about the point where we were at. Let's see.
You guys never drop this whole freaking time, so.
You think all that is fine?
I don't think it's fine. I never said it's
What is
fine.
it?
I said he has a right to do it.
Does he have a right to do it?
Yeah, agreeing that someone has a right.
Do you think he has a right to do that?
Yeah, I think he has a right to do it.
Really?
Agreeing that someone has a right to do something isn't the same as agreeing with what they say.
No, I agree.
I
agree.
No, you don't,
He has a right to do what he did with the consequences.
Sorry, we're going to retread some
Yes,
ground.
basically, a bunch of nutters did do a lot of awful stuff after the fact, but that's basically going down the same route of, remember back in the 90s they wanted to ban video games and Dungeons and Dragons because they thought it caused violence and devil worship. Or you can't, engage with this type of, media, otherwise it's going to cause X, Y, Z, like rap music causes violence, all that other nonsense. If we're saying, this guy's not allowed to
funny because
say his
Dankula kind of
conspiracy
sounds
theories
like
or
a
whatever.
dumbass, but he probably has a higher IQ than Morgan does.
Oh, for sure. I think it's just like the Scottish accent sometimes make. I've known a lot of Scots in my life, so like I'm used to hearing Scottish accents, but maybe sometimes it sounds unintelligent.
They sound perpetually drunk.
Well, they are. I mean, that's true.
You want to call them, because some crazy guy out there might do something mental, then nobody can talk about anything at all.
Well, you can. There are limits to free speech as there are everything else. Even First Amendment in America has a number of limitations to it. Let me go to Nomiki Kons. Nomiki, what is your response to Elon Musk putting Alex Jones back on X?
What I find so fascinating about Elon Musk is
oh God, hold on. Stop. You're a woman, and therefore you should stop. That alone is new.
I'm just gonna skip because I actually don't care what she has to say. Well, let's listen.
Oh no, we're skipping the woman.
Good.
Shall we? Let's just skip her because I don't care. She's gonna say something stupid. Here's actually why we need to ban him. But there was a thing later in this interview that maybe I'm forgetting.
Free speech, but I've always been aware there are limitations. And under the First Amendment, which is one of the greatest protectors of free speech anywhere in the world,
no, it isn't.
Defamation is not protected under the First Amendment, and this was clearly one of the most...
That's a very curious thing for you to say, Piers, that defamation's not... Look at Dankula's face. Defamation's not protected under the First Amendment. That's true. You're talking about America. Count Dankula was defamed as a Nazi and had to fight that in court, had to take it to the EU, and couldn't win because he was defamed as a Nazi because he made his little pug raise its paw. That was considered a Nazi salute and evidence that he was an anti-Semite. So what the
800 quid.
How unbelievable that you're talking about this here, Piers, in front of goddamn fucking Marcus. That's crazy.
Serious defamations of a body of people that America has ever seen. So I don't understand why just for that
as you said, people
alone,
inside the cathedral versus the
Elon
person
Musk
outside the cathedral. Count
Dankula
Dankula is outside of the cathedral, so he can see what's going on.
Yep.
But Pierce is blind to it because he's inside.
And Pierce doesn't even... does Pierce not even know who he has in front of him? A man who had to go to fight up to the EU to not be persecuted because he took a little video of his dog raising its paw and he says, oh, what against the Jews? Jesus Christ, Piers. You lunatic.
Again, he's inside the cathedral, so he can't see it from the inside.
Right.
Even as someone who can see it is sitting right in front of him, it's completely just outside.
Yep.
It's an entirely different universe to him.
Exactly.
Peers is what they do on the platform. We have all kinds of terrible people using social media. We have people who lied the United States into a devastating war in Iraq, including the current president of the United States. We have people who defame all the time, like the guest I just heard in my ear tried implying, though she wasn't courageous enough to say who she meant, that one of the people on this panel is somehow promoted by... I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm hearing a voice in my ear.
Was she also defamed? I don't know. I started this later.
So the standard here is that
just
Elon Musk
go back to watch Dank's face when he said that.
Twitter.
Hang on.
So the standard appears that Elon Musk enunciated when he first bought Twitter is one that I supported the industry and always adhere to it, which is as long as people are using that platform in ways that the law allows speech to persist, to be able to be expressed, then everybody should be able to be heard.
When it comes to skipping that woman, sometimes you really can tell just by looking at someone.
I know.
Probably an
like,
idiot.
I don't really
I mean,
care
problem
what you have to say.
glasses. Problem glasses plus she's showing her titties. I mean,
exactly. I saw the problem glasses. I saw the titties. I was like, I don't really care what you have to say, lady.
Going to ban them. Otherwise, we're going to have big tech censors who sit in judgment of everybody.
You know the real reason.
Glenn, on this,
they chose her based on
this,
that alone.
Alex Jones did use Twitter.
It's kind of the pretty expert problem, where they'll get the expert who's good looking and they're a dumbass. But yeah, oh well.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Again, I don't like that.
And he will now be able to monetize
Ruins
all
reputation.
of his conspiracy theories to his heart's content on
monetize conspiracy theories to his heart's content.
You freaking did that as well. It's called the Russia theory, you fuckwit.
It's called all the shit you said about COVID, by the way, also.
Yeah.
No, his conspiracies are good and should be monetized, and the people he doesn't like, their conspiracies are bad and should be deplatformed.
Yes,
weird.
it's very says the guy who runs a show called
convenient.
Uncensored.
I know. Meanwhile, talking about the irony is palpable.
Without having,
and you can actually just look at obviously on Dankula's face that he can tell that he's in the irony zone.
Paid a single dime of the 1.2 billion damages awarded against him, which should be going to the families of
the exact moment when Dankula realizes just how stupid Piers Morgan is.
Right, 1.2 billion was awarded to those families because Alex Jones said some things that were unpalatable.
He's so cruelly defamed. That's my problem with this. Is
I would love to know what's going through Dank's head right now. I would Dank is sitting there like, this is the closest I will ever be able to get to punch Piers Morgan in the face.
Did Alex Jones get anyone debanked?
No.
Did Alex Jones did anyone cause them to lose their jobs?
No.
Did Alex Jones cause anybody to become a international pariah where people wanted to kill them?
No,
maybe you
but
could
he
argue that.
became that.
But that's what happened to Count Dankula. That's what happened to Marcus. Because he made a joke with his dog raising its front leg. Just saying.
And it was a good joke. It was a funny video.
It was, yes.
It was a simple, funny video that, oh, my girlfriend says that there's nothing, like, that my wee dog is the cutest thing ever, and I thought I'll make him the least cute thing ever, and the least cute thing I can think of is a Nazi. And that they ruined this man's life over that, and he has to sit here and listen to these people proselytize about how actually it's okay for us to deplatform and destroy people's lives over words, when he's been perhaps the biggest victim of that nonsense. I don't know how he's been able to hold his composure for...
oh yeah, Mentis, I'm going to send you an article. You should read this in some time. I'm curious as to what you think about this.
I was just reading through the Musk article I was sent.
Let's we'll do that in a second. I just wanted to get through a little bit more.
Oh, that's just funny as hell.
Use the restroom.
This one is more intellectual. It's a long article, but
that one's not intellectual. The one we're going to read here in a second.
Oh, the one with Musk is not. I'm just going through it. It's funny though.
It is funny.
It's also incredibly sad because I know people like this exist. It's not just that guy.
I think we've gotten through enough of this that matters, because I really have to use the bathroom. So let's go to this. I have a deeply unhealthy parasocial relationship with Elon Musk.
I'm sure you do.
I'm going to... Okay, that's how it's going to be. I'm going to scroll down. So Spoon or Mentis, whoever... Sorry, whoever wants to take over for this, I'll be right back in about 10 seconds. Be right back.
I have a problem. Indeed you do. You're gay. Actually, I have a lot of problems, but but the one that I'm going to discuss in this blog post is my incredibly dysfunctional, toxic, and self-defeating parasocial relationship with Elon Musk. I said this in my own video, and the first problem's admitting it. I'm not sure when or why I started...
At least he's aware of it. Self-awareness.
Well, watch how it goes horribly wrong. I'm not sure why or when I started crying, way too much about Musk when he was merely the world's richest man and the owner of the biggest electric car company in the world. He was barely on my radar. I don't care about cars, electric or otherwise, and the world of business is one that I will never understand. Good to know. The catalyst for Musk going from someone being I could care less about to someone I hate with a white-hot burning passion might have been Musk's enthusiastic enthusiastic evangelizing on behalf of the Babylon Bee, which is like The Onion, if The Onion was alt-right, transphobic, and deeply unfunny, and only had one joke. I love how he says, I don't know when I started hating Musk, and then the next paragraph he gives the fucking reason as to when that might have happened. I've noticed this with lefties. They do this constantly, where... Aiden, we've done this with articles. Have you noticed the left will contradict themselves in the within paragraphs?
Oh yeah, we talk about it all the time. Actually, I forgot to grab my drink, so give me 1 second. Be right back again. Yeah, they do it all the time.
Scroll down.
Yeah, okay. You got through this?
Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
Yeah. Musk at one point was a fan of The Onion, but committed the unforgivable crime of treating the richest man, or richest, most insecure man in the world with something less than fawning reverence. So he doubled down on his support to the Babylon Bee, which he would never court his favor by making fun of him. Yes, whereas you fuckers get made fun of, you never ever have a bad reaction to that ever. Fucking idiots. This signaled a hard right shift from pretending to be a centrist Democrat to impress electric car owners and actresses, models and singers. That doesn't make any fucking sense. You impress people by them buying your cars.
Yeah, obviously.
I don't even understand how that makes sense.
It becomes a status symbol.
They're just angry that he's... That's all it is. It's always envy. I did a video...
Hi, I have money. I bought your cars. Please fuck me. Like, yeah, so did everybody else who bought me.
Yes, that's called status. It's how people... That's it.
I don't understand.
It sometimes confuses me that these people don't understand, like, fundamental evolutionary psychology. That, yeah, women are attracted to you because you're displaying value to them by saying, look, I have money, I can take care of you. That's kind of not
how
difficult.
society works.
I'm not sure why that's confusing.
It's just human psychology. Well, the problem is they don't want to accept that fact because we kind of still live in one of the aspects of wokery where we want to believe that men and women are psychologically exactly the same, despite all empirical evidence, all of it saying no, that's not true. I mean, women are capable of being smart, but when it comes to relationships, attraction works completely different between men and women. Yeah. And of course it would. I mean, how would it not? It has to, in the way biology just works. We have to be different when it comes to relationships. But we want to pretend that we're the same.
So, well, that's all fantasy. So, you know, what women are looking for is they're looking for providers. They're looking for someone who can take care of her.
That's what they should look for.
Children. Yes, but that, again, because of evolutionary biology and evolutionary psychology, that makes sense. But what are men looking for is who's hot, to be honest, and that's okay. I mean, like, that. It's just a different set of evolutionary criterion. So
right, and then female hotness is really just a representation of health. If you look at what men view as beauty standards, there's actually very objective truth behind it. Most of what we look for in a woman, if you look at their symmetry, but also just
physical
basic
fitness.
Medical science.
Yes.
For instance, a fat woman is unattractive to us and repulsive to us on a simple level.
Let's be honest. And a super anorexic girl's
anorexia also turns us off.
Yeah.
Super anorexic also, it can be a little creepy. Like when you see her as being a skeleton, that's also a turn off. And really, it's all just about health.
Yeah. But you're more likely to see a fat bitch nowadays than a skinny bitch.
But I bring up the anorexia. Don't point at me, Bill, because I'm a little thin. But like, he's literally just standing downstairs pointing at me like the end scene of what is it?
Is he wrong?
What's that? What's it from? Invasion of the Body Snatchers?
Skeletor?
Oh! You know, in the end.
I know what you are.
Okay, but yes, in modernity, we don't see a whole lot comparatively. So you see far fewer very thin women compared to very fat women.
But and also, you kind of have issues with leftists publishing like bogus studies. Like, because feminists on the side of like the fat positivity version of it, they want to believe that it's all entirely cultural. That if we just culturally push it, men will find gigantic 300-pound woman attractive.
Guess what?
And it's just not. It's never going to happen. It's just not going to happen. But they want to believe it because they want to still believe in blank slatism, despite the fact that blank slatism has been empirically disproven over and over and over again.
Exactly.
Over again. It has been mountains of evidence against blank slatism.
Yes.
But they still want to believe it because it makes them feel good because of my equality and crap.
Yep, tabula rasa, completely fake. You cannot erase evolution with education, as they would call it.
Well, plus they also want to. It lets them blame society instead of blame themselves. Oh, the reason that men do not find my gigantic 300-pound ass attractive is not because I don't want to stop eating. no, it's not my fault. It's society's fault. It's their fault. That society's against me, and they want to make it so that men view me as less attractive. And that's just how it works. Men decide what is attractive in women, just like women decide what is attractive in men.
Exactly, but
every sane person understands this.
Curiously,
These
though,
people are not sane, though. That's the problem.
It's absolutely fine for women to objectify men as much as they want. But the second that a man says, "Well, I don't want to, hook up with that woman because she's unhealthy, she's morbidly obese, or morbidly skinny, or whatever, that she's got these things that I do not think are evolutionarily applicable or beneficial towards me having children or towards my propagation," then all of a sudden it's a problem. But she can be like, no, I need my guy he needs to be an Adonis, and that's apparently fine. Doesn't matter how fat or ugly you are. That's a fine thing for women. Astonishing, right?
I don't actually mind that.
What do you mean?
That women have insanely high standards for men.
Why?
Because it means we have a standard to reach and they don't, so therefore we're better. Here's the thing: if you have here's the thing. Here's the honest truth: if you have that high standard, you're going to get pussy that far outstrips that fat bitch by a fucking mile. That's the God's honest truth. So if you want to constantly push this insanely high standard on men, guess what they'll do? They'll get much better looking women than your fat ass if you try and push that shit. So I don't actually mind that. I like that we have insanely high standards, because we can look like godlike Adonises and get praise, and your fat ass can stare and you will never get a piece of it ever. So please, never ever degrade our standards. I'm fine with that. You fat...
All these women who like, I'm a 10, doesn't matter what she looks like, doesn't matter how fat she is, doesn't matter how much she takes care of herself even. They've all been convinced that they're 10s. And so they're all looking for Henry Cavill to come and fuck them. And it's like, well, you're not going to find Henry Cavill. I know, but maybe Spoon's right that if you demand every man get as buff as Henry Cavill, that will be better for men to get in better shape, I suppose.
You know what will
happen?
happen?
Any actual high-value man is not going to pay an unintelligent woman like that any attention whatsoever.
That's kind of my point, is that there will be a reaction. Because I had a discussion with Scrump about this. One of the reactions of
Scrump is our other monarchist friend.
Yeah, one of the reactions of this like desexualization, demasculation, is it opens the door for traditional masculine men to dominate the scenes.
That is true.
Which is true.
Potentially.
Because the thing of it is, Western women nowadays, you can be like incredibly chauvinistic and they will want to fuck you. That is just the God's honest truth.
It's forever.
No, that's true, but nowadays it's more applicable because there's less of them.
There's nothing. I'm kind of being serious about this. Women enjoy chauvinism. Women like chauvinism.
Yes, Scrum said the same thing. Women like a man who's like unapologetically racist.
Women want men who are assertive.
Yes. I've literally said to someone, men should only fuck their own kin, because you have responsibility to breed and genetically make a better species of your race. And people say like, oh, that's just true. In any nation state, you would do this. If you cared about your nation, you would advance the best genes. You would breed with the smartest, the tallest, the strongest, the most successful, the beautiful. That's normal.
That's not what everybody does. But
no,
like, you try to go for but you do try to go for the best.
Yes, but doing
that. But also somebody who jives with you. Like,
yes,
you don't.
But you would do this to advance your group's interest, because every other feckin' race does that, except we are not allowed to. And you know why? Because if we did that, we'd fucking crush them underneath the heel of vastly superior European civilization. That's just objectively true. Just look at the world. Everyone in the world comes to European civilization. Why? Because we're better than everybody else. And I'm sick of apologizing. Like, no, fuck all of you. You suck, and you will here to suck out our teeth because you can't produce wealth and fuck off.
Pretty cool.
Well, Asian civilization, men are the men who create those societies.
Asian civilization only advanced because
always be attracted to dominant men. So,
yes, that's it. That's what it comes down to, is that dominant men attract women.
It's true, though.
You know what? Because I don't know how much longer you want to hang around, Mentis, but this might be a good segue into the Destiny thing, since you did make a video about that today.
Why was Germany such an industrial powerhouse?
Was what?
Why is Germany such an industrial powerhouse? Because Germans
are autistic.
And their society is just really orientated towards like mechanical engineering. That's just what they're bred for. The Germans are fucking good at it. Why are the Dutch so good at farming? Because of freaking the environment that they live in. Like the best farmers in the world are Dutch.
Did you like that question I asked you earlier about like if Ncuti is Scottish because he moved there when he was a child? Does that and that makes him Scottish? Then does not make South Africa a European nation? Because no one else was living there.
I mean, South Africa technically is a European nation. Like, it belongs to the Europeans. Because the people who built the land and infrastructure were the whites. It wasn't the fucking natives. They didn't do shit.
But the people who scream, like, Ncuti is actually Scottish, would scream about that South Africa is a European nation. But I would agree with you. South Africa is a European nation. It's not an African nation.
It has democracy, for God's sake. It's got a
colonization was horrible. The horrible colonists came in and built massive cities and increased our wealth by 1,000-fold.
If you're not actually aware, Mentis, there were no African tribes, for the most part, living in South Africa when the Dutch colonized it.
Yeah,
they moved there after the Dutch colonized it.
I'm mildly aware of the history of it, that a lot of what they're saying, and the narrative that the evil white man came in, stole all their land is basically bogus. It's complete and utter fabrication.
Yeah.
And also, a lot of
they weren't even using the land.
No, they weren't. And a lot of the people that are there that are so-called natives, they're natives to Africa, but they're not native to that region. The fucking Zulus went like southwest and slaughtered a shitload of people and went like Roman style on them, which is that if you were conquered, you either incorporate into the tribe or you get killed.
Yep.
And that's the reason why the Zulu kingdom is so large, is because that's what they did. And no one... I've noticed something about the sort of blood and soil argument, is that blood and soil is totally fine if it's a group you want protected. Then it's totally fine. Like blood and soil when it comes to African tribes, ooh, that's totally fine. Blood and soil when it comes to the Germans, oh, no. So, like, really, you don't have a problem with blood and soil. You have a problem with the protected group.
Well, right. It's for me, but not for thee, in every single case, in every single issue, because it's always about conflicting ideas.
It's because they're scared of European dominance.
Well, no, it's not even. It's even outside of that. It's just that all of leftist ideology and mentality has no sort of, general speaking, landing point. It doesn't have any grounding morality, so it's always up in the air. So everything like this, for example, even this issue, well, it's okay for some groups of people to have blood and soil. Palestinians, for example, right now, as we're seeing, that's okay for them to have a blood and soil argument. But it's not okay for anybody else to, or sometimes it is, but sometimes it's not, and it's always relative. These people live in perpetual moral and realistic relativity. Therefore, it's impossible to argue with these people, because nothing that they believe in 1 second is necessarily congruent with something they believe the next second. It's constantly changing. That's why I've stopped arguing with them, because the true, like, people who are able to have a conversation, that's fine. I'll talk to you, but the adherents, the congregants, they're not capable of having a conversation with anybody else, because they can't hold a thought in their mind for more than about 5 seconds. They will
because they're stupid, or they have low attention spans.
Well, those are related things, to be fair.
You should have just said
yep,
yes.
They are. One thing you can do to figure out if someone's actually worth talking to is I kind of use the simple one-liner standards of giving them a contradiction and seeing how they handle it. Like, for instance, one thing you may or may not be aware of is Islam is right about women.
Yes.
It's a term that I praised.
Yeah.
Ask a leftist
that was your thing.
If
Holy
they're
shit.
capable of getting... If they're capable of getting past ERA, if they are capable of getting past ERA and recognizing the contradiction, you might be able to have an intelligent conversation with them. But if they freak out in any way or deny the contradiction, you're talking to a midwit at best, and you're wasting your time. Or the modern version for it that I updated was Palestine is right about LGBT.
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Because they can't, because they're holding contradictory ideas in their mind at the same time. Islam is right about women. That blew their minds. And yet Palestine is right about LGBT. Wow.
I have a picture version of this, Mentis, which is it's a bunch of poles with a banner to protest. On the left-hand side is a swastika with a cross through it. On the other side is a hammer and sickle with a cross through it. And the middle is the Prussian monarchy, the Polish monarchy symbol. I would like to show them just that picture and just say, explain this.
They don't understand what monarchy is, dude. They're just going to say that's fascism, and you know that.
Yeah, but the fact that there's a fascist symbol next to it with a line through it.
Spoon, you know they can't think that far ahead.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Like,
fascism is what they don't like.
Yes.
They don't like it, therefore it is fascism.
Yep.
I've also realized that the reason they call you or anyone else on the right a fascist is because they have World War II brain and they're commies. Yes, here's the reason why I say that. Is because they have World War II brain, and in World War II, who opposed them? It wasn't the Allies. The Allies fought with the communists.
And also, part of it is just
fascists.
optics. Some of it, they just do it. They like to paint this is actually kind of a Marxist strategy. It's also some of them, they just like to paint everybody they don't like in the colors of whatever goes against the Overton window. So right now, being a Newtsie, because we're still in the post-World War II era, in that World War II pretty much still shapes the power structures that we live in with today. And so,
which is so
being
annoying.
a Newtsie, of course, is very bad and wrong. And so they'll just paint everybody they don't like as being a Newtsie. Like, for instance, in Vosh and my back and forth, of course, Vush's main argument against me at some point is he called me a Newtsie.
Yeah.
That was pretty much it.
Libertarian Newtsie, well known. I mean, like, goddamn, I've
it's a well-known
meme
with
that for forever. Yeah, many such cases.
Whether or not he actually believes it, or whether or not he actually thinks that's true, it's almost irrelevant because that's just their strategy.
It is irrelevant.
About optics. It's all about optics, and it's all about feelings. And fascism was whatever they don't like, and fascism, or really, fascism and being a Newtsie are people, are anybody who I don't want to have power over me is a fascist.
Yes.
That's how they kind of view it. Anybody I disagree with is a fascist. That's another way that they'll view it.
I also think
that they'll unironically
it is that simple. And I have been waiting for years now for an argument against that claim, because they can't argue against it. All they do is you say, like, well, okay, how am I a fascist? I'm a libertarian. I'm an anarcho-capitalist or whatever, or I'm a monarchist, and they just go, no, that's all just fascism. So just because that's how, just is, no evidence ever, because it's all feelings. It's all feelings. It's all optics. It has nothing to do with reality. It has nothing to do with philosophy. It has nothing to do with ideology. Besides, I want to win, which, as I said, is the only thing that they believe in, is there is no truth but power, because they do not believe there is truth. Except for them winning whatever cultural, political war they are fighting.
Mm-hmm. Funny thing is that National Socialism, if you really study it, they actually were socialists. If you've ever seen...
Yes,
are you aware of Kick History?
Yes.
Kick History has an entire
fantastic
5-hour
videos.
video
Yes.
on why National Socialism, why Hitler's
really was
National Socialism was in fact socialist. And the interesting thing is that one of the big things that Tick points out, one of the big things that he proves about it, is that the only reason why that goes against the academic consensus is because historians who go into this stuff don't understand socialism. Because socialists themselves equivocate on what socialism is. But when you actually tie down socialism to what socialists call it, National Socialism, Nazi Germany, absolutely did meet the definition of socialism. But because historians don't understand that's the entire reason it's not the academic
nationalized
consensus.
Business. They nationalized industry. I mean, that alone, like, you don't have to be a super genius or to have read as much as Tick has done, which Tick, of course, did the real legwork there to prove it with constant citation and evidence. This isn't just some meme that the right made up 10 years ago, which is what the left would have you believe. No, this was always the case. They like to say, oh, no, what's a joke. They just called themselves socialists to make themselves popular. What a joke, by the way, that is, in retrospect. But if you'd like to see it all laid out, again, guys, as Mentis brought up, Tick History has like a 5-hour long video where he, and not just one, he's got several videos but where he really lays out how no, they were socialist. They absolutely were.
Yeah, that video is a gigantic red pill. It is a huge red pill video. Watching that video, you will immediately understand a lot of the equivocation and power dynamics that currently exist within political discourse.
Yep. Their attempts to disassociate themselves with National Socialism is purely political. They largely believe with much the same stuff. Well, I was gonna say up until recently we didn't see a lot of the anti-Semitism aspect of it that did appear in Nazi Germany. But let's get into that, shall we? Let's read a little bit more of this hilarious article. I don't know how far you guys want.
Back to the one on Elon Musk, you mean? I think
the Elon Musk article. Then we'll look at the anti-Semitism
Babylon B
stuff. Where were we at?
And Spoon was reading it for us.
Yes, Spoon, where were you at?
Which one?
The article here about the parasocial relationship with Elon Musk.
Oh, there we go.
This?
And I'm trying to find out what that was. Oh, there you go. My share of Musk grew considerably when he bought what I will almost call Twitter. Yeah, so does everybody else. I used to have a love-hate relationship.
He DC'd. He came back. His internet's been a little shitty tonight. Hopefully the playback will be alright.
Yeah. No, there you go.
Okay.
Let's see. Twitter is no different. As you would say, that shifted into a hate relationship when Musk took over, and yet you're still on fucking Twitter. Organizations,
they're addicted.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that was my claim as well. Organizations almost invariably take over their leader. Twitter is no different. When Musk took over and reinstated a whole bunch of far-right and Nazi accounts. I wish these people could actually see.
They don't know what words mean. I love. That's why I love articles like this, because it's just. Do
you know how
you dissect their brains and can see inside of their insanity?
Do you know how you know that there are no actual Nazis? Because if there were actual Nazis, Nazis would kick the shit out of them.
Yeah, they
like legitimate Nazis would actually beat the crap out of you with no remorse. The fact that you've never been assaulted by a right winger wearing a swastika in your entire life means they don't friggin' exist. Because if they were like actual thuggish brown shirts, they would make quick work of you because you weigh 105 pounds soaking wet, you fucking noodle-armed bitches.
They do exist.
Well, actually, they do exist. They just called Antifa.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't. How curious, right? Yeah, they're the people who curb stomp others while wearing masks on the street in the name of their political ideology. Aren't really the Nazis, are they? They're the people calling themselves the not Nazis.
I look a lot like him actually in that scene.
In American history, you do.
Yeah.
Oh my God, you do actually.
I look a lot like Edward Norton.
Menace, you don't know what Spoon looks like, but he does look a lot like Edward Norton in that scene from History X.
You know the bit. You know the bit where like he smiles at the cops, where he puts his hand behind.
Yeah, who's your tattoo artist?
Hitler.
Continue. I want to get through this because I want to go talk about some of the Jewish stuff in terms of the hilarious.
The game.
Hilarious. No. The hypocrisy.
Oh, okay.
Of the left.
It was
the left becoming decidedly anti-Semitic and not understanding what to do with it.
Oh, okay. So speaking of fun Nazi things, it was like my favorite bar having a new owner who jacked up the prices, watered down the drinks, and instituted a white power night every Friday where folks in brown shirts and clan robes drink for free.
Can you imagine writing something like this? The level of disconnect from reality.
I would be very happy to go into a bar and see a whole bunch of people wearing KKK uniforms and like Hugo Boss.
But that's not what happened. It was just
I know, but it'll be funny as hell.
Mildly disagreed with were allowed to speak again on this platform in which you had been given complete and utter total control politically, to the point where no one else could speak. And now it's
by the way,
other people can speak. I'm being oppressed.
By the way, go up to the bit again.
Which?
The previous paragraph.
Okay.
Notice what he says. It says, where folks in brown shirts. It doesn't say white. It just says folks.
That's true. Yeah, because he needs to include a brown and black.
I would find that hilarious to go into a bar and see a bunch of black Jews in clan uniforms. It'll be the funniest thing. I would instantly think those black guys are based and funny.
Yeah.
I would instantly buy them a drink. Like, you guys are wearing clan uniforms? Yeah, it's funny as shit. Okay, that guy had a sense of humor. Ironically,
the equivalent of this would be. The equivalent of this is that Musk would be giving all of who they see as the white supremacists blue check marks for free.
Yeah,
and
that would be the equivalent.
That's the only possible equivalent, and that just didn't happen. So he's just living in his own head, really.
Well, I mean, it is. That's why I like articles like this, like I said, because it gives you a
perspective into
It tells you more about the person who wrote it.
Right.
It tells you more about the person who wrote it than what they actually wrote.
Yeah, this has nothing to do with reality. This is completely divorced from it. This is just this person having a mental breakdown.
Yeah, that's why I said this in my video as well. I said it's a wine box fueled therapy session.
It's
because it is.
I find stuff like this always fascinating, though, because you can peer into the mentality of the people who are calling you a Nazi on Twitter and realize that they're
fucking lunatics.
Insane. Like, this person does not live in reality. They live in a fantasy world, and I do enjoy kind of seeing it just because it illustrates who we're dealing with. I think really that these are
it's like Destiny, living in the fantasy that he's not a cuck, but he is.
Oh my god. Okay, so I don't want to shit on Destiny, but maybe do we move into the Destiny thing? I want to.
Oh god.
Oh man.
You can if you want. You don't have to, but it just has to be kind of pointed out.
How long do you got, Mentis? Because I don't know how you're feeling about hanging around. I don't know how Spoon's feeling.
I can last as long as my voice can last because I'm still getting over a cough.
Well, as am I, but I always am. So.
That's because you smoke, you hippie.
No, it's because I'm sick all the time.
That's because you smoke.
Hippie? I wish I had weed. You can't get weed here. I do have weed chocolate in the other room though, but I can't.
I will call you a hippie.
Weed is legal here in Portland.
Excellent.
So is crime.
I can get legal weed, but I don't because I don't smoke weed.
It's legal in Maryland. Anytime I go back to not in Maryland, but in DC. Anytime I go back to the States, I always like to get some edibles. But look,
by the way, this next paragraph is the total. This tells you what he's really upset at. Taking away badges of distinction, replacing them with badges of sycophancy, marked a crucial change in the dumbing down and trumping up of Twitter. I lost a badge that I earned through decades of being a professional writer. You have never been a professional writer in your fucking life, dude.
Oh my god. And it's just because this is what it's all about. I lost my badge.
Yeah.
And I don't like that other people can be equal to me because I'm your superior as a journalist. That's all this means.
Yes. I'm upset that my group is no longer in power and I'm a bitch about it. That's it.
I hate you plebs. I despise you plebs. You make me sick. I hate having to roll around the mud with you.
By the way,
curious.
This is why I don't want democracy, because people like this exist. Yeah. And they're just power-hungry psychopaths.
Yeah.
Like, if this person ever got power, they would be a tyrant. Instantly. You can just tell.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they kill everyone.
Yeah, they're legitimately just evil fucking assholes.
You know, and I've done the research on that. And I've talked about it many times on the channel, but if you're not aware of Mentis,
fucking pussy.
There's a significant amount of research. I did it, it was a video I put out a couple months ago that was called, like, I can't remember now. But what I found was, in the data, were that people who identify themselves as leftists are not driven actually by any desire for redistribution of wealth. They're not driven by charity, which is what they always claim. Instead, a leftist, someone who identifies themselves as a leftist, would rather both they and another person receive significantly less money as long as they receive more than another person. They care more about a rock in outer space than their own parents, moralistically. I couldn't believe the findings I found in that analysis.
Really?
These people, their morality, because
I've read a letter and I'm not surprised by these people at all. I barely consider leftists human beings at this point.
You knew you know why that threw me for a loop, because I couldn't believe that there's a significant portion of the population that has fundamentally backwards morality. Yeah, that threw me for a loop.
No morality at all, yeah.
No,
equality-based morality under a microscope is envy.
It is
100%, yeah.
That's all it is.
At the end of the day, it's all envy. I was shocked to find, because I thought that was,
you can become. But
then with the data that was correct. It was accurate that it really is the leftist mentality and morality all comes down to envy. I was shocked by that. that was correct. I thought that can't be real, but it's true.
It's something I've known for a while. It's actually what led me to become an Austro-libertarian. Because I realized that that's how these people think.
Or feel rather.
When you see it in a, I have to quantify things personally. So yeah, I was seeing that. I'm like, yeah, I see this everywhere, but that might just be my perception warping things. No, turns out it's 100% real. Not only real, it's quantifiable, it's mathematical, it's statistical. They don't give a shit about anything other than power and envy. Envy is their driving motivator. The driving motivator.
You can become an expert.
Plus, it's also narcissism. There's a narcissistic element to it.
Yes. Yeah.
One of the things, I think I did make a video on midwittery, and one of the most important things about midwit is that it's not just a person with average intelligence. There's nothing wrong with having average intelligence. There's plenty of great people with average intelligence. What makes a midwit is specifically that they believe themselves to be better than they actually are. The midwit believes themselves to be a genius. They believe they deserve the status. They believe that they should be an elitist. And that's kind of where you see in this kind of article we're reading right here. This person believes themselves to be superior, but they're not. And so when they lose a little bit of their status, they freak out. And they come up with all these little hamsterizations and all these little circular arguments and all these psychological projections to blame somebody else. And so they write completely stupid articles like this, where you can kind of, as you said, see inside their head. And you can realize that this person believes themselves to be superior, but they're not. They're completely clueless. They're maybe slightly above average at best. Like I would guess, just based on reading this person has an IQ of maybe 109,
15,
I would guess. So they're not stupid. They're not dumb. They're just not the elitists that they believe themselves to believe.
I mean, that describes me somewhat.
It's always... I think you have an above 115 IQ, Spoon.
You think so?
Yeah, I've told you that many times.
Thank you.
Well, I don't know. I mean, bro, like I think
I definitely think I'm above average for the vast majority of population in general.
Like I said, you don't have to have a high IQ to be an intelligent person in terms of like there's
especially when everyone surrounds you is a moron.
There's intelligence and then there's wit or what might more be colloquially called as a what's a better word for it?
Comeback prowess?
Experience. People can have experience without having a high amount of intelligence, but know via experience what works. And this person has neither experience nor intelligence. They're just a fucking midwit. But they're intelligent.
Well, at least they're
right.
Well, they can write. Sometimes high IQ will come with social problems. I kind of know that.
Yeah, that's
experience.
Yeah, I think Aiden might.
Like me, I don't want to say what my IQ is because I don't want to be one of those people who's like, "Oh, my IQ is such and such."
People get weird about it, and then like you don't want to say what it is because then people get.
In that, I will immediately assume that authority is wrong.
Well,
so you're a guy.
Yeah, it's just masculinity because I'm about in that same range and I'm very high in agreeableness.
Oh no, trust me. If you knew me, you would realize interacting with me day to day, you would realize what my problems are.
Well, but that's the thing with IQ is that IQ is not a determinant. IQ is a predictive, because you can have plenty of very high IQ people who will not do anything with it. They will, and in fact, well, you know, there'll be lots of high IQ people, much like myself, who get addicted to alcohol, for example, to deal with the fucking, like, stop thinking, like, it's constant. And what did I tell you, Spoon, the other day? I was just sitting there being like, man, I wish my brain would stop going 3.141592653589732384623643834759023846.
Calm down, woman.
Why does it do that? I have to sit there and calculate pi all day. That's actually all correct, by the way. I think I fucked up like one number on there, but why does it do that?
I actually have extremely high visual IQ, so if I let my brain go, I will basically hallucinate without trying.
But
I have auto hallucination.
I can like imagine complete shit, like crazy fucking worlds in my head, like and to extreme degree, and well, this is a different thing, but sometimes, okay, so I talked about solipsistic interjection, but because I'm, even though it's literally my degrees, I'll plan out a conversation with somebody to so many degrees that I see it in multiple dimensions from multiple different camera angles just to be like figuring out what is the right thing to do in this hypothetical scenario. That's crazy shit.
And then it weirds you out. That's one of the things that kind of, again, shows you about how equality isn't a real thing. When I found out that there are people who just don't have that visual at all, their head is just
empty,
black all the time.
They can't.
They don't see anything.
Yeah.
That's one of the red pills that when I discovered that about psychology, that there are some people who think like that actually kind of creeped me out, because I've had pure 24/7 visual things going inside my head since I was 1.5 years old, which is about as far back as I can remember. And to think of just having a black empty head, I'm just like, what?
It's horrifying.
These people exist. They exist and they vote. They exist and they vote.
It actually kind of I know, it freaks me out because it's like, what do you mean? People say that they don't have an internal monologue. I'm like, what? There's not a voice inside your head talking to you all the time? Like, not talking to you like a schizophrenic, but like you don't have a voice inside of your head that's, you know, you're talking to yourself a little bit about like, oh, what does this mean? And you're debating these things with your own brain of, what does that mean? We should work this out.
I mean, I talk a lot to myself constantly because I do them in videos, so I formulate ideas and say them out loud to see if they sound good before I put them in a video. So
it's crazy to me, but I think that I don't know, the high IQ stuff is whenever you say like, this is why you get in trouble. You say like, oh, if you can't say what your IQ is when you've been officially tested, because then somebody's gonna get mad and they're gonna pick you up.
Yeah, that's why I just say I'll just say that I'm above the +2 SD line, which most people watching my content could probably figure out anyways. So it's inconsequential, and I might as well say it because it's obviously true anyways. But
yes, it's evident.
But yeah, I'm not gonna say exactly what it is above that.
No,
plus it can be it'll be a dick measuring contest.
It comes,
and
that's the problem, is the dick measuring contest. But what really matters is what we're.
Is that how you see when someone says their IQ?
No, we don't. I don't think that's what we're saying. Is
I mean, to me,
I view it on the same line of cringe as credentialism. IQ is just another line of cringe as credentials. It's like someone saying, "Oh well, I have a degree in this, therefore I'm right."
Also, because half the people who I would say more than half, like a large majority of people who give their IQ numbers online are people who took it as an online test and are like, look how smart, on some random ass website. No. You know, I took an IQ test online. I have a 385 IQ. Sure you do, Cupcake.
God, no.
You know what I mean?
No, I was officially tested when I was in 1st grade because they wanted to find out why the heck I was reading Ender's Game when everybody else was reading Sea Spot Run.
Yeah, that was pretty much the same thing with me. Was what's going on here?
I mean, for me, when someone says their IQ and it's high, I don't think they're being a dick. It just means that I'm going to judge them harsher because they claim to be smarter.
No, if you don't, Spoon, there's a lot of people who like have made it their identity, and so then when you...
They're called losers.
Yeah, but then like... That's why I've never harped on it, because it's, and Spoon, you know I've been doing this for like nearly 2 years, and I've never harped on that ever, because I don't think it's important necessarily, because it's not a determinant, it's a predictor variable. Now it's a very strong predictor variable, but it's not a determinant.
Oh my god, I just read something really funny.
What?
There's a Boston mayor, she said she wants this secret no-white Christmas party, and meanwhile her husband is white.
Yeah, of course. Anyway, hang on.
I was gonna just randomly just say, what the hell is with all of these bitches that fucking hate white people and they all crave white dick?
Gee,
all of them
Why
have white husbands because they just want power, and white men have power.
Of course.
Every fucking race goes to white men. Why? Because we're the best. Like, that is just factual.
Let's get through this, because I want to get to some of the Israel shit. Cause it's
anyone who says otherwise is full of shit. And if you're a minority in the comment section, I'm terribly sorry.
Spoon, read this article because it's funny as fuck, and then let's get to the Israeli shit, the Israel-Palestine stuff, because it's also insane.
Elon Musk has made it impossible to ignore in much the same way that Donald Trump and Kanye West has made it impossible to ignore. Turn off your Twitter, you twat.
Impossible.
By being crazed narcissists pot kettle who angrily insists on being at the epicenter of everything. Jesus fucking Christ. I block and then unblock Musk constantly because if I don't, then the Twitter algorithm assumes it. Even if you do not follow Musk and regularly disparage him in your tweets and blog posts, you nevertheless desperately crave access to his words and ideas, which is literally why you're fucking there.
Is sitting here constantly blocking and unblocking Elon Musk. Just be like, what do you say this time? What is the South African? She's insane. You're crazy, lady.
It's a guy.
It's a dude?
It's a guy.
This is a man who wrote this?
Yes.
Nathan Rabin. Oh my goodness.
That was probably,
I think you need to turn in your man card, dude. Wow.
He's a small hat, I think, as well.
Okay.
Most leftists need to turn in their man card.
True.
I mean, they're trying to cut the testicles off anyway, so...
I would have assumed this was written by a woman because it sounds like it's written by a woman.
Really?
Yeah, it's so desperate.
I didn't.
There's actually a study on that leftists writing, you can't tell if it's a woman or a man.
I've read the exact study you're talking about. Yeah, that their writing is very feminine coded.
It's actually a big problem like that.
I'm pretty sure. Well, I've read more than one study on this now, then. So, but I don't have the citations off the top of my head. But I've read more than one study on that. Then, go ahead, Spoon.
Sweden, yes.
Sweden, yes. Again, do we talk about Destiny?
No, fucking hell.
I want to get through this so we can. Do you want to just do we have an idea of this article, or should we keep going? It gets worse, by the way.
It gets worse?
I think it kind of summarized in the next thing down where it says, my anger towards Musk affects him in no way whatsoever.
Yeah.
He does not know that I exist. I can't conceive of a world where he has seen even a single negative tweet that I've written about him.
Yeah,
but I still feel the need to rail against him on his own site all the same.
I think we got it. We got it then. It's impotent rage. It is impotent rage, which is...
It's funny because he's aware of his rage. He's aware that what he's doing is irrational.
And he's aware it's impotent.
But he's doing it anyway and writing an article about it anyway, and we're supposed to care.
Or take him seriously that he's not a lunatic.
Let's talk about the weird stuff's been happening in regards to the Israel-Palestine issue then. There's this. Look, I'm not going to make any kind of statement on anything, but things have been getting kind of weird lately.
Based poll.
This is a Polish, actually, monarchist, as I believe.
He's the leader of the monarchist party in Poland.
Leader of the Polish monarchist party. Here's what he did this week. Got out his fire extinguisher.
Wait for it.
Put out the menorah.
Panie pośle, co pan robi? Panie pośle, co pan robi?
I don't know the context here, but it's based.
Panie pośle, co pan robi?
She sucks so bad. Oh, it's been too long. That's the gist of it. My Polish sucks so much for me to understand literally anything. I'm gonna show you like back-to-back things that give opposite positions. At the same, so the Polish leader of the monarchist party
Mr. Braun
puts out the menorah, and then this happens. This is.
By the way, the reason why this is funny. So this Polish gentleman, he has said that that the Jews are evil. And that Poland needs to return to its roots because it's Christian and stop being a vessel of the godless United States. Fucking based as shit, Poland.
Definitely based.
And Allah to smite Israel.
It needs to stop becoming Israel's bitch.
Very based.
Like, goddamn, Poland.
This is, however, on the opposite side, this is curious. This is a Turkish MP who called for Allah to smite Israel, and seconds later had a heart attack.
Allah'ın gazabından kurtulamayacaksınız. Hepinizi
Saygıyla selamlıyorum.
Just fell over. Now, was he vaxxed? That's the question.
No, he got vexed by God.
He got vexed. I don't know. It's just interesting. Now this also
from
popped
vexed to
off.
vexed. Okay. No, but before you even say anything,
you know this video.
I don't know what the context is, but overweight, blue hair, red mask, like there's red flags all over the fucking shop with this thing.
So let me. All right, I'm just gonna play the video and then I'll explain.
What
the
stupid thing is
context.
this thing gonna say?
Here you go.
You're holding up shit.
Also, currently, this is a private property.
No.
I want to go into the restroom.
Wearing a mask.
I know Israel loves taking private property.
It's wearing a mask and it has blue hair.
Of course, you know what you're up for.
And it's their own, but we gotta head.
You're not going to let me You're go also into the misgendering restroom? them, so I need you to leave. I want you to go into the restroom. I need you to leave, please. I was patterned here, and I have a right to go into the restroom.
And we have a right
I'm
to
asking
refuse
you
service.
to leave. Yeah, but I need to go into the restroom.
I already
I'm
saw
asking
this.
you.
They're basically
No, you
just
need to-
denying a Jewish person getting into the bathroom.
Yeah. So the reason
And it's
was
interesting because it's showing the left acting like National Socialists.
Oh, it's gonna get so much worse. But here's the
I would
reason
ask them
why.
are they taking the piss?
It's because there's I have not seen it. I've not seen the graffiti, but allegedly there's extremely like graphic anti-Semitic graffiti within. What does it say?
Based.
It says it's. No, they don't even say what it is here. Allegedly, there's like some anti-Semitic graffiti within. This is a leftist coffee shop in what, Oregon? Is this in Oregon? Fuck.
Wait, is this in
Sorry,
Oregon?
a minute.
Can I visit this? Can
Yeah.
I look?
Oh no,
it's
it's
just
in Oakland, California. Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's about 1,000 miles away.
Yeah, that's quite far away. But there's allegedly like some really anti-Semitic graffiti within their. This is like a leftist bookshop or coffee shop, coffee house, and they don't want this Jewish woman to go in to take pictures of it because they don't want to get in trouble for it. So now they're all guarding the doors with their massive, corpulent form.
Let me go into the restroom. I don't. I'm a patron here, and I need to go to the restroom. I'm kindly asking you to leave.
It is beautiful.
No,
So
I'm
you
not
agree?
going to leave. I'm kindly asking you to
I
leave.
mean, isn't that hilarious though? It's at like, no, you can't come in here to see our anti-Semitic graffiti.
Okay.
You know what's interesting
No, I
about
want to
this
go
is
into the
that going
restroom.
back to the tick history video where
Yeah,
he went
yeah.
sort of 5 hours into why National Socialism is in fact socialism, the main difference is that Adolf's socialism was in fact more like socializing people based on race.
Yes.
And if you look at things, the current modern left, their
thing.
current trend towards socialism is socializing people based on race rather than based on like kulak class. So they are actually, ironically enough, interestingly enough, much more similar to the National Socialists than they are to the Soviet Union.
Yes, because they are
It's
defining
much
things-
more similar to that.
It's
than
just
Stalinism.
anti-white, anti-Jew. I think the anti-Jew thing is actually relatively more recent in terms of their adoption of that publicly. The anti-white stuff has been going on for a decade. But yeah, their form of National Socialism that they want to implement is still race-based. Just as was the Nazis.
Just with just different races that they're going after. And the interesting thing is that some of like the BIPOC areas of Twitter, they're already all in on this, where a lot of what they have to say, like Hotep Twitter, and leftists are aware of this, and they've even made videos kind of calling it out internally, is that a lot of Hotep Twitter is legitimately the same ideology as Nazi Germany,
I've actually
their
been
National
told-
Socialism. The only difference is they've just swapped white people with black people, and then they blame the whites instead of blaming the Jews. But it's the same ideology.
You actually need to update your terminology. I want to say Tumblr. Because BIPOC is no longer acceptable.
Says who?
James Lindsay, who cited it.
James Lindsay can
I don't
fuck
care.
off.
No. I'm saying he has a citation here. I brought it up earlier because I'm using it in my new video. Wait, good. Oh my god, James, you tweet so much. James, stop tweeting so much for fuck's. Oh my god, he tweets so much. He literally tweeted earlier today, and I'm not gonna be able to. This is why I had to save it. I saved it when I found it because I was like, James is gonna tweet so goddamn much. I'll never be able to find it again. But they have a new term. They're abandoning BIPOC for this. Here it is: BBIA, Black, Brown, Indigenous, and Asian, because BIPOC normalizes whiteness. Here it is.
Oh God.
This you can't ever please these people. It never ends. Anywho, here they are. Here we go back with
Lexicon update.xml.
Yeah.
Downloaded to NPC Brain.
Exactly.
We have a restroom next door. You can use
We
our
got it. She says, to be fair, they do say, like, you can go to another bathroom, but why can't she use this one? I do think this woman's being a little bit obnoxious by being like, I need to use that bathroom. But when you know, retroactively, that the reason they won't let her go into this bathroom is because it has anti-Semitic graffiti on it that they want to hide, so that she can't take pictures of it. That makes this very curious from the leftist perspective, right?
Restroom.
Oh yeah,
we're saying no.
You got fired anyway, though. Just in case you know, if you
I want to go into the restroom.
If you look into what the results of this was, they got fired anyway.
You're not going to let me into the restroom?
You can use our other.
Well, no, actually, it wasn't clear. They were put on leave, I believe, which is crazy because like you get put on leave from academia, you don't get put on leave from the fucking coffee shop.
We have another restroom.
I want to use this one.
They're not letting you.
All
you
don't
get is a video
other
of it saying that Zionism is
Why are you afraid? If you
anti-Semitic,
agree with it, why are you afraid that they will take a picture of it?
Oh, actually,
Yeah, that's true. That's a good question. If you believe in it, why are you afraid I would take a picture of it? Good question. That's a good question.
Why, if you agree with it, why are you afraid? Then why you're not letting me in? Yeah.
History didn't start in 1948.
Zionism equals fascism. Let's say you're neutral.
Free Palestine. Now
Free Palestine. It's always.
This is Zionism equals
It's
fascism.
always. Yeah, great. We love it.
Thank you very much.
And we love it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
There you go. They really didn't want them to take a picture of that, though.
Yeah, because they understand it's wrong.
They know it. Yeah. Which is...
See,
they know it doesn't mesh with their ideology.
This is the thing with these people. All of these people, they only behave this way because there's no consequences in the regime. If you put these people in any other time and place, do you think they would behave this way with this ideology? No.
It's only because they can get away with it.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. People are not motivated by corruption. They're motivated by what they can get away with.
Yep. Now, the left, again, doesn't seem super happy with Biden because... Oh, that's not what I meant to do with this one.
Because he's a moron?
Okay.
You almost have to realize that a lot of these people just don't think for themselves. They believe in whatever the cathedral of the time tells them to think.
Yes, exactly.
And so a lot of these people would go along with whatever regime they were in without its history. If you go back in time 100, 200, 300 years, the NPCs will always agree with whatever the power goes through.
Which is why
wherever power points them to, wherever censorship points them to, that's what they believe.
I've said this.
Irrational voters.
I've said this in a previous video. Do you know Emma Vigeland from Majority Report?
Emma Vigeland.
Yes.
Of the Majority Report. Yeah.
Yes. I've said if you
like in power, but here's the left supporting Joe Biden. Oh wait a minute. What?
We charge you with genocide!
We charge you with genocide, Joe Biden.
We charge you with genocide!
Oh, this is so fucking cringe.
Of course it's cringe. But these are the people who, allegedly, voted for Joe Biden.
You do realize if you told these people, gun to the head, name Palestine or show Palestine on a map, they would have no idea.
No, I have no idea. The same thing with Ukraine. This is actually kind of upsetting, though. This is a YouGov poll. So, agree with statements about Israel. The Holocaust is a myth. Now, I'm just saying. Now, okay. What I'm finding very... Is it cathartic? Is it cathartic? Yes, it is cathartic. About 5 years ago, Mentis, if you're not aware, I made a video about Poland and Polish nationalism. And in that video, I said that I didn't know how many Polish people died in the Holocaust. I didn't say anything about Jews. I said I didn't know how many Polish people died in the Holocaust because the records weren't well kept at the end of the war, right? In the 5 years since I made that video, about every month or so, I'll get someone calling me a Nazi, that's actually one of the reasons I would get people who've made death threats against me, crazy shit, because I said I don't know, because nobody knows, because the records were not well kept. That it's Nazi Holocaust denialism for me to say I don't know how many Poles died in the Holocaust. Let's now look at where the same people who did all that shit to me for the last 5 years are at. Curiously, let's look at party identification. Percentage who believe that the Holocaust is a myth: Democrats 10%, Independents 5%, Republicans 6%. Oops. Whoopsie. Oopsie doopsie, I didn't do that. But it's okay. See, that's the thing, is that now it's okay to deny the Holocaust as long as you're a leftist. Not that I ever did, but that's what they claimed I did for years. But now it's fine. Now it's fine to deny the Holocaust if you're a leftist, because they don't believe in anything. It's all fake. At the same time, by the way. Same time. It's the same Zoomer population, by the way. Also, 25% of Zoomers want to ban the Bible in the United States. It's the same demographic, I guarantee it, by the way.
Yeah, banning the Bible, that's going to go over well. That's totally not going to cause a complete civil war.
Gonna go great. Now, we were supposed to use watch together, but we're past that. It's fairly short. Elise Stefanik has had a lot of questions for the presidents of Harvard, MIT, and Penn State, because all of those universities, elite universities in the United States, have allowed a bunch of protests to continue on their campus. Campi? Is Campi the correct term? Actually, even I don't know that one, curiously. Wow, really? This is fantastic to watch this. To see how they will dodge questions about why it's fine for them to silence your opinions because you're right-wing or conservative, but why it's not okay to silence the opinions of people calling for the literal genocide of an entire group of people. I don't care what you think about the validity of Palestine or Israel. The thing that I find interesting here is the abject hypocrisy that these people have spent the last decade shutting down any aspect of free speech that in any way is against their sensibilities. And now all of a sudden they're saying, but just by saying it's okay to be white, for example, let's put up that. It's okay to be white was considered a hate symbol. But now, the exact same people who called those things hate symbols are saying, well, if you call for the complete and utter destruction of the Jews and the evisceration of their race, that's just your opinion, man. I'm not
Interesting.
saying...
If they were to say it's okay to be an Israelite, would they freak out in the same way now? Would they freak out if you said it's okay to be an Israelite?
I'd be interested to see that. This woman, by the way, this is, what's her name? Something Gay. Of course, her last name is Gay.
She's a black woman. She's corrupt and she's gay.
Claudine Gay, who is the president of Harvard. She is the only one out of MIT and Penn State of the presidents, who are all women, of course, who has not resigned after these inquisitions. Can I call them inquisitions? These questioning sessions.
Make you recognized for 5 minutes.
Dr. Gay, a Harvard student calling for the mass murder of African Americans is not protected free speech at Harvard, correct?
Our commitment to
it's
free
a yes
speech.
or no question.
Yeah,
is that corrected?
I hate when people do this. Answer the fucking question. If you said all black Americans should be killed, that would be considered hate speech at Harvard. Yes or no? Actually, shut up. Answer the fucking question.
Okay for students to call for the mass murder of African Americans at Harvard? Is that protected free speech?
Our commitment to free speech.
It's a yes or no question.
Answer the fucking question.
Let me ask you this. You are president of Harvard.
And I'm not going to be able to play this, by the way, but SNL, in their opening skit this week, just made fun of her, this woman, Elise Stefanik, and just was like, haha, isn't she stupid for asking these questions? That's hilarious. Oh, very funny SNL.
So I assume you're
Oh, you
familiar
can't
with the
play
term
it 'cause it'll get
intifada,
claimed.
correct?
I've heard that term, yes.
And you understand that
You
the
do
use
realize
of the term
SNL thinks
intifada in
Leslie
the
Jones is
context of the
funny.
Israeli-Arab conflict is indeed a call for violent armed resistance against the state of Israel, including violence against civilians and the genocide of Jews. Are you aware of that?
That type of hateful speech is personally abhorrent to me.
I know it sounds bad
okay,
to
that's
say
like
this, but you
personally
can just tell
abhorrent
that
to
this
you.
person is a diversity hire.
Of
You can
course.
just tell that this person was diversity
Bullshit.
hire.
I can tell
You
by
just
fucking
know.
skin color.
Exactly, but also she didn't answer the question.
I know it sounds bad to say that, but it's true. Well, we have to say it because it's true.
It doesn't say bad to. No, it doesn't sound bad to say it because it's accurate. Truth is not offensive outside of those who are offended by the truth. That's what it comes down to, Mentis. So
Well, we don't have objective evidence that she's a diversity hire, but I mean,
Yes, we do.
we
all
can
know.
make reasonable assumptions.
She's female,
We could
she's
probably
black,
look
and her
into it,
surname
and
is
we
gay.
could-
Well,
Oh, God.
actually, we do have more evidence that she is a diversity hire outside of this, which I'll get into. But because she plagiarized her own doctoral dissertation, she engaged in plagiarism within her own doctoral dissertation, which I will be doing a video on at some point after my new video, the next video I'm doing. After that, I will be doing a deep dive into her entire. Oh, this is why you don't piss me off. Like this is the one.
Because Aiden gets nerdy with her aggression.
No, because I'll go read every paper you ever fucking published. I'll go read them to extreme degrees, and you won't be able to get away from me because you can't. You can't struggle session yourself away from my autistic gaze. Not the male gaze, it's the autistic gaze. You can't get away from it.
You should call your
There have
video
been multiple
gay
marches
versus gays.
True.
At
You can
Harvard, with
pass peer
students
review in a
chanting,
leftist
quote,
paper and in a leftist journal, but you can't pass the autism review.
No,
Autism review is different than peer review.
Autism review should be what peer review is, but unfortunately it's not.
It's
So
what
this one,
peer review allegedly used to be.
well, it was allegedly at one point. You know, and again, that's why I have this reverence for the academy, for an academy that no longer exists. So I'm a person out of time in many ways there, where it's like I'm not entirely alone. I know there's hundreds of other academics who feel the same way that I do, where we just want real science to happen. We want this to.
Her academy has been taken over by the prestige seekers, you mean?
Yes, and we would like to retake it. People like myself and James, I guarantee if I was to message Lindsay right now, he would agree with me. He'd be like, yeah, let's take it back. It's what we want. We want to take the fucking academy back because it matters to us. Or I would have messaged Peter Boghossian.
I prefer Molbuk's
All of us feel
solution.
this way.
Molbuk's solution is more fun.
When you say what is Molbuk's solution to this?
Drive a tank through it.
Drive a tank through Harvard Yard. Well, you have to drive the tank through Harvard Yard to drive it over and then replace it with the with a new academy because it is.
I just like the idea of someone just driving a tank through a university. Oh my god, it gives me just happy feelings in my tummy.
Do you know the really funny way that in Bostonian the way you pronounce Harvard Yard, Spoon?
What, Harvard?
Harvard Yard.
If you ever accuse me of speaking like a Bostonian, I will throw a
I
boomerang
didn't
at you.
accuse you of that. I'm saying that's the Bostonian way of pronouncing Harvard Yard is Harvard Yard. Anyway,
Harvard.
here's Stefanik. Harvard Yard.
there is only one solution, intifada revolution, and, quote, globalize the intifada. Is that correct?
I've heard that thoughtless,
Answer the fucking question, you gay.
reckless, and hateful language on our campus. Yes.
So based upon your testimony, you understand that this call for intifada is to commit genocide against the Jewish people in Israel and globally,
so I already
correct?
know that she's not going to answer the question.
Right,
See,
you've seen it. So.
This is the thing with these sessions. This is just like, you know the way that socialists have like 50 jobs when 3 people could do it?
Yeah.
And it's just a way to like fill out the employee padding. This is basically that, because nothing will fucking come with these sessions ever. It's a show for the camera, and fuck all happens. And I detest it because it's just a waste of everybody's fucking time and electricity. Like, if they're not gonna be punished anyway, why the hell are you bothering with this shit? And also, the one thing I will say about the diversity high thing, I have come to the point where I've noticed anywhere that I see someone that isn't white, I immediately assume incompetence because it's all I've seen. I instantly now think Europeans are instantly better because everywhere I see non-whites, I just see shit.
Thomasol.
It's almost like diversity hires create racism.
I know,
it's
right?
Almost as if
You're right.
that the logical conclusion of equity actually will create racism and make it worse. This is something I've been pointing out for a while, actually.
Yeah, I say it in my videos as well. I had a discussion with Scrum about this, and he told me that's actually a byproduct that's not actually willfully done.
I don't think it's,
which
I
is
don't
insane.
Think it's willfully done, but it is an inevitable byproduct. Is that then
it's such an obvious one, though.
Like a black woman in a position of power, or any woman in a position of power, you go, oh, okay, you didn't earn that.
Yeah.
You were just given that.
I only like, bitch, you're a woman, shut the fuck up, I don't care what the hell you say.
However...
And it mainly shows another problem with how leftists think, in terms of that they think that the prestige itself counts as what the prestige is supposed to be for. For instance, that's kind of an issue with credentialism. For instance, in California, one of the things they did was in order to create more equity. Actually, no, this was also in Oregon, so I'll talk about it in Oregon. In order to create more equity, they reduced academic standards because the higher academic standards were disproportionately harming the people of color. And the problem is, of course, doing that and giving credentials, that doesn't fix the problem, because they still can't read, and they still can't write, and they still can't do basic geometry or math. Mm-hmm. They still don't have the ability to do those things. You've just simply given them the credential. And what I found out through just kind of studying how leftists think is I eventually found out that they really do, some of them actually do unironically believe that the credential itself counts as the competency.
It does, to them.
And they don't understand that. They don't understand that they haven't fixed anything. And it's insane to me that some people think like this.
I will say that there was a part of me that also believed that for a long time. I was so obsessed. I was so obsessed with the title of doctor that all I wanted. No, I didn't want to become a doctor just because I wanted the title, but it was like, finally someone will respect me. Finally, somebody will respect what I've been doing. I just need this title. And once I have the title, then people will listen to, will read my research, will read what I'm doing. And once I have that title, then I'm validated. And it's not just leftists. I think it's the leftist infiltration of academia that's created that mentality, because it shouldn't be that way. It shouldn't matter whether I have a graduate degree, which I do, or whether I have a doctoral degree. As long as I'm producing research that is valid, that is accurate, it shouldn't fucking matter what the fucking suffix of my name is, or prefix is. But unfortunately, that's the way that it's become normalized, and that is unfortunate. But I've got...
This is their evaluation of people based on their portfolio. Yeah. Whereas the midwit bases it on credentials. They think that credentials are the portfolio, and that's not actually how it's supposed to work.
It shouldn't be. And I've gotten that my entire time on YouTube. It's like, oh, show me a picture of your PhD. I don't have a PhD. I have a master's degree. Well, your master's degree actually isn't good enough. Okay, cool, thanks. Like, I was a PhD student. I used to teach university. This is the thing that's so crazy, right? Like, you can never appease. If I was to finish my PhD, right, which I would still like to do at some point, it would never appease these lunatic leftists, because it would never be enough for them. It wouldn't be from the right university. It wouldn't be from the right school, because they don't give a fuck about any of it actually. They claim to care about, they even claim to care about credentials only, but they don't really. It's never about credentials, even. It's only about identity. They are pure identitarians. They don't give a shit about anything else. The only way that you're an acceptable person is if you agree with their politics. And then, yes, they will respect your credentials, but not until then. So
it's funny because they don't actually understand their own politics.
Of course they don't. They don't understand any. They don't.
Like, for instance,
or anything.
Straight up, it's a complete contradiction. But it doesn't matter, and it's funny because we have a lot of people in positions of academic prestige again who use intersectionality in their work all the time. And so it just kind of adds again to the stack of Gish Gallop of BS research papers that are based on completely fallacious reasoning.
Exactly. But it never ends, does it? Because it is circular, therefore infinitesimal, infinite logic. It never stops.
The problem is the cathedral isn't actually doing their job. Because, I mean, there's nothing wrong with a cathedral existing. The problem is that when you get midwits in charge instead of actual competent people in charge, then the incentive structure behind it starts to become a problem. There's no longer a check. Because again, as you would say, peer review is supposed to work by people looking at academic research and going through methodologies and applying logic to the methodology. Does this actually make sense? Or are you just assuming that you're right to prove that you're right? And unfortunately, because sort of leftist midwits are in charge of it right now, they just base it off of ideology. Oh, do you follow the correct ideology? Okay, well then your research is correct. And that's how it actually works.
It's extremely unfortunate because, look, I've never been a peer reviewer on a journal, but my advisors were, and I went through some of the process. I watched the process happen on how a peer review happens and occurs, and I saw it happen. Not with my advisors directly, because both of my advisors were. That's very rare, by the way. I had two advisors. The reason why that happened is because they were married, so it was like. Oh, and which was extremely lucky for me. I was so blessed in a way that I had the male advisor who was the pure quantitative autist, and I mean a real autist. And I will not. Great guy. He's I even just in my last video I talked him up. I'm like, because I came across a paper just by random that he had published. I'm like, there you are, which is my husband can also talk about this, is that I'll be reading research, I'll be like, oh, there you are, Dr. Ferguson, or something, somebody that I know in my real life, or someone whose research I know really well, and be like, oh man, there you are, just find a research paper from them. There's a bunch of noise. Sorry, you alright?
A headphone ring.
And then I had another advisor who was my qualitative advisor, she was very more like touchy-feely. And that's important, though, I think, to really be a good social scientist, is to know how to do both quantitative and qualitative social science. And I lost that mostly because I was an idiot, but whatever. That doesn't exist anymore. I don't think that there's probably anybody who can get good education in learning how to do statistics or maths. And that's horrifying to me at this point. But anyway, Stefanik.
I will say again, that type of hateful speech is personally abhorrent to me.
Do you believe that type of hateful speech is contrary to Harvard's code of conduct, or is it allowed at Harvard?
It is at odds with the values of Harvard.
Can you not say here that it is against the code of conduct at Harvard?
We embrace a commitment to free expression, even of views that
cute.
are...
What if the person says that it's okay to be white?
Hateful.
Suddenly, Harvard is pro-free
speech. Crosses into conduct.
Isn't it curious? Isn't it astonishing how they have changed direction 180 degrees? From, no. If you say something that's offensive, like it's okay to be white, that's offensive to them, which is not offensive, of course. Well, that needs to be removed. You need to be deleted. But we'll get into that because it gets brought.
It's really all just the consequences of consequentialism. Because they have consequentialist morality, they will inherently contradict themselves.
It actually gets brought up here in a fantastic way. Yeah.
That violates our policies against bullying, harassment.
Does that speech not cross that barrier? Does that speech not call for the genocide of Jews and the elimination of Israel?
When
you testify that you understand that is the definition of intifada. Is that speech according to the code of conduct or not?
Can't say shit even.
We embrace a commitment to free expression.
Have you noticed she just says the same thing over and over again?
Yep, because she has nothing really to say. Yep, because she's an NPC.
Expression, even of views that are objectionable.
You and I both know that's not the case. You were aware that Harvard ranked dead last when it came to free speech. Are you not aware of that report?
As I observed
again, and these
earlier,
people are really just trying to avoid the question, so they'll repeat themselves when they're avoiding the question.
Isn't it fascinating to watch though in real time? Where they act like actual like Oblivion NPCs. Excuse me, hang on. Let me get some appropriate music for this.
Is it the Benny Hill theme thing?
No.
Should be.
Put this on.
Reject that characterization.
It's the
of
data
our
shows
campus.
it's true. And isn't it true that Harvard previously rescinded multiple offers of admissions for applicants and accepted freshmen for sharing offensive memes, racist statements, sometimes as young as 16 years old? Did Harvard not rescind those offers of admission?
That long predates my time as president.
But you
so I can't
understand
speak.
that Harvard made that decision to rescind those offers of admission.
I have no reason to contradict the facts as you present them.
Correct, because it's a fact. You're also aware that a Winthrop House faculty dean was let go over who he chose to legally represent, correct? That was while you were dean.
That is an incorrect characterization of what transpired.
What's the characterization?
I'm not going to get into details about...
It's incorrect, but why is it incorrect? I'm not going to tell you.
I can't explain that.
About a personnel matter.
Well, let me ask you this.
My NPC code doesn't go that far.
Admissions offers be rescinded or any disciplinary
She didn't include the
action be
details because her
taken against-
NPC code forgot to include a call to the database.
I know.
Forgot to code that in.
Yeah.
Execute
Students or
information.xml was not present. Someone just kind of deleted that line.
Isn't
in
this
the
woman
code.
the dean of
Exactly.
Harvard?
And it's the dean of Harvard.
This is a dean
Who
of probably
say,
one of the most
"From the
prestigious
river to the-"
universities in the entire fucking world.
Yeah.
And she's getting
can't remember
grilled
that
by
stuff.
members of fucking Congress, and she's too fucking stupid to answer the question.
Here we go. This is the one. It's the NPC music. Here we go.
The sea or Intifada advocating for
Part
the
of it
murder
is she's just
Jews.
trying to avoid incriminating herself. It's not so much.
Yes.
It's actually not as stupid as it sounds when you realize that she's just trying to keep herself out of hot water.
That's true, but it still sounds
But it still makes her sound like a retard.
insane.
It sounds
As I've
stupid, but
said-
when you understand what her strategy is, it's actually not that stupid.
No, she's being clever by pretending to be stupid. And just
Exactly,
not
that's what I
answering any
mean. She's-
questions. Yes.
Yeah, but the problem is
she's
that
pretending. Yeah.
the problem is that demographic is particularly good at that, to the point where we just assume it's natural.
That type of hateful, reckless, offensive speech is personally abhorrent to me.
No, it
Saying
isn't.
today that
When-
no action will be taken. What action will be taken?
When speech crosses into conduct that violates our policies, including policies against bullying, harassment, or intimidation, we take action, and we have robust disciplinary
By the way,
processes
have you noticed
that
the way that-
allow us to
Hold on,
hold...
pause for a second. Have you noticed her cadence? Sounds like an automated response.
Yeah, 'cause she sounds like an NPC. Because this is rehearsed. Because she's not actually responding to what Stefanik is asking her. She's just responding autonomically because this is a rehearsed response.
hold individuals accountable.
What action has
Again,
been
it's just
taken
designed to get
against
her out of
students?
trouble. That's why it's almost not that interesting.
Yeah,
Perfectly
I agree.
frank. Once you understand what she's doing, when you realize
It becomes tedious.
it's kind of like what a lawyer would advise their client to say, even if it's really stupid. They're just saying it to get as a way of passing the buck onto somebody else.
Yep.
So it doesn't actually matter. And in many ways, it's actually not surprising.
It's
kind of
funny to watch it.
uninteresting.
I think it's funny to watch it happen, but yeah, just to watch it happen in real time. But you're right, it is completely predictable.
Who are harassing and calling for the genocide of Jews on Harvard's campus.
I can assure you, we have robust
What
disciplinary
actions have been
processes
taken? I'm not
with
asking.
actions underway.
I'm asking what actions have been taken against
Given-
those students.
Given students'
Give
rights
a
to
specific fucking example. Oh, you can't. Again, NPC shit.
privacy and our obligations under FERPA.
She's
I will
not
not
going to
say
give
mo-
any specifics.
No. FERPA, by the way, has nothing to do with us. FERPA is that's to defend students and protect students' privacy. But nah.
Again, that's what makes it uninteresting.
You have given away students' information many, many times when you've declared them as racist or sexist. but all of a sudden now you care about FERPA. Weird.
More about any specific cases other than to reiterate that processes are ongoing.
Do you know what the #1 hate crime in America is?
Black stealing.
I know that
it's
the last.
Anti-Semitism, what she's gonna say. I don't really care. We got it. Here's another one though.
Punch white folk.
It's not just her though. It's also MIT and Penn State. They're all like this.
Madam Chair, I'd like to yield the balance of my time to the gentlewoman from New York.
Of course, it's a
Dr.
fucking woman.
Kornbluth, does at MIT...
The president of every single one of these universities is a woman. That should be telling, isn't it?
Does calling for the genocide of Jews violate MIT's
telling to you that
code of
that's why these
conduct
universities
or
are
rules
fucked?
regarding
No,
bullying and
it's that I
harassment?
see
Yes or
everywhere I
no?
see women, I just
Targeted
assume
individuals
incompetence.
not making public statements.
Yes
I think
or
she's
no?
referring more to that. It's most
Calling
likely
for the genocide
diversity
of
hire.
Jews does not constitute bullying and harassment?
I have not heard calling for the genocide for Jews on our campus.
But you've heard
You can
chants
assume
for
of the
intifada.
incompetence, and you'll often be correct, but it's
Yeah.
really just diversity hires.
And she says, I have not
Same
heard
thing.
for the calling for the killing of Jews on our campus when there's video evidence of it. But I love when they play
I'm
Babe in
ignorant.
the Woods. I love when they play Babe in the Woods and go, what? No, not us. And meanwhile, they'll just hear some random shit on social media and go like, oh, that person must be a Nazi, kill them. Curious, the double standard, is it not?
I've heard chants, which can be anti-Semitic depending
they
on the
could
context,
be anti-Semitic,
and calling
okay.
for the elimination of the Jewish people.
So those would not be according
If hypocrisy has lost its bite.
Yeah.
They know that they're hypocrites and they don't care. Like, oh, well, you're just calling me a hypocrite? Oh, well, they know that it's just all about power, and they don't care that they're hypocrites.
Vosh
But instead,
said
if
something
you...
like that, didn't he?
Yeah, they just don't care. But what you do instead is you accuse them of not actually believing what they say. You accuse them of lying instead, even though logically, on a functional level, it means exactly the same thing. A hypocrite is a liar. But for some reason, when you accuse them of not really believing what they're saying, it's actually much more effective, and it requires them to actually address it.
Because you're right. Vosh had said that specifically in some video where he said, yeah, we are hypocrites, essentially, or something to that degree. It's like, yeah, we don't care that we're hypocritical. It's how we
The right
operate.
needs to do that.
No.
No, not hypocritical. It just needs to enforce their point and not take any shit. Just like saying, you're being authoritarian. Yes.
so.
Now, what are you going to do about it? Nothing.
Well, they're being authoritarian.
That's what I'm saying,
So-
but this is the thing. You don't fight fire by pussing out against it. If they accuse you of shit, own the badge and then run over them like a train.
Maybe.
All you do is acquiesce to these fuckers for over 100 years. Grow a fucking pair of balls and hit back. You know these
Ball of
people
civil
are...
rights.
Yeah, these people... Okay, I'm actually going to say it. Like, I made this argument. If you were to look at... I'm actually going to make the case for segregation. But if you were to look at just any barriers that have been erected over areas of time, the instant assumption to assume is they were erected because of politics and not because they had function. So if you were to look at segregation, what you're looking at from a power perspective, it's really just the erosion of the European way of life to be demolished and put in place something new for the sake of politics that completely abolishes the former functional form. For no other reason other than the newer group thinks that the move is morally justified, and that's it. There's no other reason for it. And then society goes to shit, and then it's just, well, the politics were advanced, but it is in no way beneficial to anybody. I mean, they did this in my fucking country to the point where there's black people in South Africa arguing, please put the whites back in power because our own fucking sucks at ruling a first world nation. Jeez, I wonder why.
Yeah.
And then they wonder like, oh, why is this happening? Because you can't rule. You are unfit to rule. You are not built for this. We are built for this because we built the civilization that fucking made the rule in the first place.
Yeah.
Welcome to reality. Only one group is
They
fit to
can't
rule,
accept
and it's the one
reality.
that made that civilization.
they can't accept reality. It's astonishing to watch. So, by the way, this woman as well. This is the head of. I think, is this woman is this Penn State or MIT? MIT. Both the presidents of MIT and Penn State have resigned. The woman we just watched, who's the head of president of Harvard, she has not resigned, and in fact, Harvard has come up to defend her. But both Penn State
She's called
and
gay, that's why they're defending
MIT female presidents have resigned after these hearings because these were so embarrassing. Because they showed their whole asses. They showed that they didn't give a shit about any of this, that they were ideologues and they only cared about politics. And part of that politics meant that they don't like Jewish people, which is, to me, hilarious as having been someone who's been called a Nazi for like 6 years over just saying, I don't know how many Polish people died in the Holocaust. And those people are like, actually, Jews should be exterminated. And they're like, that's not... What? Sorry.
I've said this before, I don't mind being called a Nazi. I actually welcome being called a Nazi.
Sorry, just to me. That's so... It's like, what is happening? Where I've been called that name for so many years, and then this just for saying, well, we don't actually know exactly the numbers because his records are all fucked, and that was considered Holocaust denialism. And now this shit's mainstream. I'm all here for it because I'd love to hear the people who've been calling me a Nazi for the last 6 years try to explain it now.
Ms. McGill.
And it is illogical, but it is how their anti-hierarchical view kind of works. They're currently, I mean, again, what they do, a lot of times wokeness kind of has a useful idiot paradigm where there's people who are true believers in the equality, but there's also people who just view it as a hierarchy, and it's a good hierarchy if I'm in charge, and a bad hierarchy. It's an unjustified hierarchy if they're not in charge. And all they're really doing here, all that's really happened, is they view the Jews as no longer themselves. They're just reviewing the Jews as part of being themselves, and that's why they weren't being anti-Semitic. Now all of a sudden they view the Jews as being part of an unjustified hierarchy.
Are saying that they're being oppressed, that for some reason they didn't notice in a way that had been going on for 80 years, but all of a sudden they noticed it, like yesterday.
Yes.
Which is
basically Jews are no longer justified hierarchy, therefore Jews bad. That's how they're thinking.
It's astonishing. It is really astonishing to watch it flip on a dime like that, where now all of a sudden we hate the Jews.
It makes sense. And you have to shift the goalpost on what is a justified hierarchy. So when you understand that leftists think like that, and you see this, it's not surprising at all. I mean, you can you can visualize it happening over and over again. You can predict that this will happen again many times as long as these people are in power, because that's just how they think.
And what I want to point out as in relationship to that is that if you think you can align with leftists to gain some power or some grandiosity or whatever, money, wealth, it is always temporary because they will always turn on you. They have no affiliations longitudinally. They have they do have power temporarily.
No, that's all they want.
But all they want is power. But they do not have any kind of affiliations. They don't have any allegiance to anybody except themselves. So the second that you are no longer useful to them in the moment, they will abandon you. They will sacrifice.
They'll go from useful idiot to just idiot.
Yes. Look what they've done here with Israel. It's fascinating. As a social scientist, it's fascinating to me to watch it happen.
Calling for the genocide of Jews violate Penn's rules or code of conduct? Yes or no?
If the speech turns into conduct, it can be harassment. Yes.
I am asking.
If the speech turns into... Now, by the way, up until now, they've said that speech is harassment. But now, all of a sudden, no. Only if it becomes behavior. Up until now, it's always been speech is harassment. Speech is evil.
Specifically calling for the genocide of Jews, does that constitute bullying or harassment? I love watching them have
to defend this.
If it is directed and severe or pervasive, it is harassment.
What's more interesting than this, honestly, was watching the fallout between Ethan Klein and Hassan Abbey.
That was fascinating. Let's, you know what? we get the idea here. Should we watch the Destiny thing?
That woman is pole as
Well, we
fuck.
head out because there's no way we're gonna get to anything else tonight. So, let's watch just a little bit of this. Do we get the idea?
Can we please watch the Hodge twins video on this?
I don't have that in my list. Spin.
Hold on. Because I haven't watched it, and I want to watch something funny.
Okay. You don't want to see the Destiny stuff? Because I was gonna ask.
They're talking about Destiny.
Well, Mentis is here. Oh, want to just show it? Let's just talk. Let's not base. Let's go on our own opinions.
I want to watch the twins though, because it's funny, and the
Okay.
twins are funny.
One of these messages is to Destiny, where I said that like I am sorry to Destiny about what's happened in his life.
It's because you're gay.
That's not. Gay.
Madam.
Is it gay?
Yes, you are.
Just because I can feel empathy.
Yes.
Not sympathy. I don't sympathize because I have not been in that position, but you know, I can empathize. Okay.
There's the twins video, because the twins are funny.
Where'd you post this?
In your Discord.
Okay, hang on. Oh, to me in private.
Yes. Apparently, this has been. Someone said this is the funniest video they've done all year.
Okay. All right, let's just watch
So,
it. All right, this is the. I'm not gonna put it in the one. Oh my gosh, it's 8 minutes. Man.
Who cares? It's funny.
A damn good show.
Damn good show. Okay.
Spicy.
And skip a little bit. Let's.
Open
Should we get to the
relationship with
whatever
They
podcast?
make ends meet. You know. Well, check this out. Check out. Okay, he went on the show
So
like a few months back.
I will actually explain the entire history behind this if you guys don't know.
We already know.
This-
Play the damn video.
Thanks, Spoon.
You're
for being so
welcome.
polite.
One of the things that happens with a lot
I have
of women,
not actually seen
women
this
are
video at
in
all.
many ways
See?
dominated by their emotions, right? No,
So this was about like I'm gonna say 4 months ago. I'm gonna guess maybe 3 months ago that this
Destiny's
video...
on the retarded side.
So Destiny is here on the right, and to his left is his at then
Oh
point
my
wife.
god,
Melina.
it's funny as shit.
Steven, if you see this, you know that I've said that I'm not trying to bully you, but it's kind of impossible to not talk about this stuff from the political sphere. I'm not trying to bully you, and I am.
I am,
that people
though.
are being very rude, and that people are being so. I do think it's.
People, you're a joke.
All right. Okay.
Men are absolutely dominant.
We are, but like
equal.
one of the,
I can
one
make
of
it
the
worse,
things that you
actually,
hear very
and it will make
often
it
happens
worse.
in marriages is like, you know, there will be a bit of tension. Maybe the guy gets fired
love
from
the
his
woman
job.
always
He's
wearing the
having a
pickle
tough
help.
time finding a new one. He loses some of his confidence. You know, she's like kind of got the ick from her husband for a bit, and then like some Chad comes into the picture and he's like, hey, and he talks to her right, and then boom, she cheats. Happens all the time.
No, hold on.
I've heard it a million times.
Men cheat more than women.
Okay, yes.
Oh god, instantly defending the actions of women. Oh, Destiny, you fucking cuck bitch. That is such
You
a
can apply-
pussy
you can apply
bitch
it to-
move.
Yeah.
God, though,
Both
that is
sexes,
so
though. What I'm
emasculating.
talking about, you can apply it to both sexes, and at that point in time,
As I said in my video, these
history-
types of relationships have something around a 92% chance of failing.
Yeah,
So,
well, you
I
had the
mean,
data on that, which is
it's
which
very
is accurate.
predictable.
Yeah.
And it's not only accurate, but I mean it's something you can just logically figure out anyways,
No shit.
even without the data. Of course, if you let an open relationship happen, eventually one party is going to bring in somebody else that it doesn't jive with the relationship, and it's going to go south. And that's exactly what happened to Destiny. So it's
They-
just like,
Well, I'm gonna.
of course, this is going to happen.
Oh, okay. I'm struggling because I like Steven.
I
like
swear to
Destiny.
God, woman, if you say that one more
No,
time,
I'm
I
gonna
will
keep
beat you with
saying
a
it.
fucking boomerang.
Then come over to this island and beat me with a boomerang.
I get built to get the
But-
mace.
I actually watch a lot of Destiny streams, and I think he makes really good points on a lot of things. I don't agree with him on a lot of things, but I think he's a very intelligent person.
Yeah, just
And
not
so
with his penis, apparently.
Yes, but that's not uncommon with men. And so it's like,
Oh,
but also
don't
I
think
that
with
I
your
don't,
dick, you
but I
fucking
also,
idiots.
But I also don't want to shit on him for the fact that right now he's going through a fucking divorce.
That's his own fucking problem. He married a whore.
Yes, he did.
It is mostly Melena's fault, to be honest.
It is, well, no, it's not Melina's fault. She was 18 or 19 when they met. She was a very young person who then married this like 30-year-old guy. It's not her fault either.
fucked like over 100 dudes before she met Steven, for fuck's sakes.
I know, we'll get into
So
that.
she
but-
has agency, she's not stupid, she's just a cheap, worthless slut.
I'm not gonna say that about Melina, but
I'm going to. You're a fucking street whore. Fuck you. I'm never gonna respect you as a human being.
okay.
And fuck you, Steven. You're a dumbass for marrying this fucking trash.
I do think, I will say the one thing that he fucked up on is that he didn't sign a prenup.
That's the one thing he fucked up on. The thing that he fucked up on is fucking in the big one.
That's the big fuck up. That means like half his money's gone to this woman now. She's, Jesus Christ.
Fuck you. I'm never gonna apologize for this shit. Ever. And of course I'm correct.
The second that emotion.
Sure, but that would be the case whether or not we were open or closed.
Yeah.
Right? If I lose all my confidence and I turn into a full loser and start smoking weed all day,
they did sign some kind of prenup, but
no, they didn't. He's gonna say
enough
that they didn't. No, he's gonna say
you fucked the whore and you didn't sign a prenup, Steven. You are a dumbass.
Maybe they did in reality, but in this interview, he says they didn't.
Oof. Dumb as
It's not like I'm gonna rely on my monogamy to keep her down.
Also, I feel like it kind of helps, like having an open relationship too, because you actually get to like taste the things that you're interested in. That might not be like a relationship.
The things you're interested in. You can taste the things you're interested in before you get fucking married. Oh my god. Ah. Oh, it hurts me, dude.
True with them, right? But is that sustainable?
Interesting, because Destiny said he wasn't gonna do the Malfesto. But if she stabs him in the back and she actually does go after all of his assets in a divorce, maybe he will. That'd be interesting to see if he would turn a 180.
Your hair is blue and you let other people rail your wife. You are like the epitome of a fucking beta bitch boy.
What Menta said is correct, though, is that, like, he does have the manifesto about all the shit that makes her look terrible. But the reality is, at this point, you didn't sign a prenup, Steven. You're gonna get financially raped by this woman.
Stop marrying whores.
Wait, don't we have the longest relationship at this table so far?
You do, but
Sure.
but like, do you guys have a high degree of confidence that your marriage will last for decades?
I mean, I married her without a prenup, so I hope so.
There it was. I married her without a prenup.
You are the dumbest son of a bitch if you think you're gonna marry a chick who openly says I likes to fuck anything. No, you are a dumbass. You are stupid as shit.
I don't know how much you want to watch about this clip, because I have other
I don't know what the twins are saying about it.
clips that go into it, yeah. This is, it's from Hot Twins, yeah, okay.
I understand why Destiny did it. I mean, she is at least conventionally attractive, but
Yeah,
yes,
she's like a 9
it's
or
also
10 out of
stupid.
10. She's beautiful.
No, she's not.
No,
think Melina's
she's like
a 9 out
a
of 10?
7.5 out of 10.
What? Oh my god,
I'd
what am
say
I then?
7.5.
Every girl that I've been with is more attractive than her.
Bill just yells yes up the stairs. I've always called myself like, I'm like a strong like 5. That's where I've always set myself. Like, I'm like a 5. If Mel is a 7, what the fuck am I? Then I'm like a gremlin. What the fuck?
I don't think she's attractive at all.
Melina's beautiful.
Doesn't matter, Ian, because you're married.
Yeah, true.
She's like a 7 or 6. She's not particularly impressive.
Absolutely. I'm ready to lose. Here goes half my fan base today, okay? I got mega triggered by what I feel like was Melina telling me a lie 4 days ago. And I got unhinged. And I think I told her, I was like, listen, you need to be gone by the time I get back. Get all your shit, leave, blah, 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 blah. I think I started, I didn't want to sleep that night, and I didn't. I stayed up all night. I started like dumping shit in chat.
You guys...
He's the emotional one. Yeah, it turns out...
I don't think this is
here's a
funny.
picture.
It
She's
makes
like
me
with some other
sad.
guy and
I am never, ever going to feel sorry for someone who marries someone who openly says they like to fuck everything with a pulse. That is fucking stupid.
You don't feel like you're not being what's the word I'm looking for? You feel like you ain't being fulfilled. Yeah, it looks like she's into feminine guys though. This guy looks very feminine. I mean, you're feminine. Well,
yeah, they're gonna show the video. Okay.
You got a picture?
Just love the Hot Twins
right
videos. I guess this is
Very
the guy.
feminine, right? Both of them look.
Who looks like Ezra Miller.
Destiny.
She's holding him on her lap.
Destiny, you got cocked by that fucking thing. You are the most emasculated
has
man
less-
on the internet. This is going to be the legacy
His
you
arms
leave.
are smaller than my sister's arms.
I mean, his arms are... Holy shit, his arms are smaller than mine. Bill, come up here. Bill, come up here and
My forearms are bigger than his
I need Bill
biceps.
to confirm this. Because I'm like literally fucking nothing. His arms are thinner than mine.
He's wearing a dress. To be fair, she doesn't really look happy about it either.
No, Jesus Christ. I think his arms are thinner than mine, and mine are literally just skin and bone. Because I'm a
I think my
anorexic
forearm
ass
is
bitch.
bigger than his neck.
What the fuck? Dude, how are his arms thinner than mine?
Because he munches soy for a living.
What the fuck?
Like, you know.
It's pretty amazing. I don't even understand how a guy can actually get like that. If I didn't lift, I would have to not lift for years, and I don't think I could get like that.
Okay.
I think my
wasn't-
genes would
You'd
just
have to
not
eat
let me
less.
look like that.
Just to be clear, I was in the hospital for 3 months because I weighed 60 pounds. Okay, like, and I got real sick. I got down like 60 pounds, and my arms are thicker than that. My arms are thicker than that when I weighed 60 pounds. What the fuck is happening? I'm 5'7". What's happening? How is this? How are you? What?
She's gonna take all of Destiny's money and feed him.
I'm losing my mind. How is he? How are his arms thinner than mine? What the fuck?
Oh, I want to make jokes I can't say on this platform.
Oh my god, Melina! And like, you know, I told Destiny, I was like, you know, whatever is best for you guys is what you gotta figure out for yourself, obviously. And I hope you all work stuff out. But like this, oh my god.
She usually works things out by using cock.
Dude, do you think he can get up with how thin he is?
Yes.
Yikes.
One of the things I said in my
what
video
the
is
hell
I
were you
predict
thinking?
that she's going to regret this.
No shit.
Probably within a year down the line.
just left a
Probably
millionaire?
sooner than that.
She's gonna
She's
regret this
left
within
a
like a month.
Yeah, she just left a millionaire to
Yeah.
meet with some fucking random e-boy? Yeah, you think
By
so?
predicting it within a year, I'm being conservative for myself. It's almost certainly going to be before that. And the
Unless
question, though, is
took half his money.
Destiny going to be stupid enough
Yes.
to take her back? Yes, he will, probably.
Yes. 100%.
Unless she just takes half his money and which she can do.
You know if
Oh,
this
yeah,
bitch
if
goes
she
back
does
to
that,
Destiny.
then she'll screw herself.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Then again, it could just be chess move on Destiny's part to say that he has the Manifesto, but then he doesn't release it, simply as a way of preventing her from going after his money. Because she knows that if she does that, then he'll air her dirty laundry.
I don't know
Could
if
be
she
that.
cares. If she's got half of his money, he's a millionaire. She gets half of it. Why would she care if he airs her dirty laundry? You know what I mean?
But it's a temporary gain. I mean, she would get the money, but then her reputation would be completely ruined.
$500,000.
Like everyone, like if she were to do that,
lifetime.
then everyone, even the people who are currently defending her, would be saying the same thing that Spoon is saying right now, that she's a whore. So I mean, yeah,
already.
there's a few simps. There's a few simps that would flip if she were to actually get that money.
I wanna. I know
She
you wanna
has some
watch
simps left.
The Hodge twins
God.
take here, Spoon, but I want to have my own take and not just go off of them. I
I just want the take because I think it'd be funny.
Okay. Yes, it's funny, but go watch the Hodge twins. Now, what I put here in my part, her boyfriend were dating. Melina and Destiny were not dating at this point, and then
No, we're not drunk.
Let me explain what happened.
He's like,
This one is drunk.
My
and
wife's
that guy is
boyfriend.
drunk.
No, it's not
true. You're drunk.
So I right now I'm
She looks like a
babysitting
GTA
these
character.
two guys because they're very drunk. So I'm trying to make sure that they become sober, right? You want to be sober?
Steven.
Okay. So we're gonna become sober.
All right,
By
so
one-
let's, can we go
one
to
to
Agent 76 and get some more drinks?
No, I don't think. that's
Yes,
a
I think we
great-
should get another one.
Oh my God, you're so smart. You're like streaming more than I have. Don't fall off.
No, I'm not gonna fall
Wait,
off.
you're gonna fall
No,
off.
I'm not. I'm
You're
not.
right at the edge.
No, I'm not.
She's really
Come
sad.
back.
No.
Is he okay?
Absolute state.
Okay.
Being a
He's so mad.
I asked.
Well,
Oh, so she's really sad
Why?
because it just makes the whole thing makes me sad.
Why?
For permission.
Do you know what?
Let me tell you, you shouldn't hook. If some woman is gonna hook up with
God,
you
you are such a woman.
in front of your boyfriend, and he's recording it. How could you not expect her to cheat on you?
Cool about New Zealand? What? I don't
That's
ever
just
feel
the
like I'm gonna
state
get
of
shot.
open relationship.
No, we're not
That's why
gonna
I
get
call
shot
it
for anything. It's gonna be fucking
the
worst case scenario. Someone will punch me,
It
but
makes
I'll never
them feel
get
good in the short run because they don't actually have to commit to anything. The problem is, of course, in the long run, one of them is going to do something that the other doesn't like, and the relationship will eventually end. Hence the high failure rate. So it's all just comes down to not thinking ahead. That's what it comes down to.
Yes.
It's smart people being
Instantaneous,
stupid
yeah.
because they're
Yes,
not thinking of the future.
And Destiny's not a stupid guy, so but he's not thinking about the future. Probably.
His brain thinks of the future. His dick does not.
Exactly.
His dick doesn't think at all.
No. It's even more egregious stuff. We'll play, which is this.
Melina, are you a Christian?
No.
Do you believe in God?
No.
Do you have morals and values?
No.
No.
You don't have any morals?
Wait, you don't have morals and values?
No.
You kind of do.
Okay.
Oh, this guy.
You're the person you're saying you feel sorry for this, but you're playing like every instance that's made me going to judge you more than him at this point.
I'm.
Aiden, you do not feel. Why? Why?
Because I feel bad for him.
Why?
Because it makes me. Okay, I don't know. I don't know why. I just feel bad.
No, you're an idiot.
I guess so.
Oh, she's just having a woman moment.
Oh.
True. Because, like, how could you not have a woman say this shit in front of your face and then be like, I don't have morals and values, and then... and then marry her?
You would, like, murder someone,
But
right?
not, yeah, sure. But not, I don't believe in God or anything.
But do you
It's
have
not
more?
very, it's not a very common
wouldn't
thing
date
in
or marry
Sweden to, like, be super religious or,
Which
like,
is
believe in God.
beautiful,
We're
but
pretty, like...
Pagans.
You can see Steven looking off to the
Really?
side and stuff.
Yeah, so like if you're, I remember there was like one guy in my class that was religious and he got bullied because it was like pathetic. Because
That's also really fucking telling. She's in Sweden. Some guy in her class was religious.
You
and he
realize,
got bullied
you
for
do
being
realize the
Christian.
Nordics are not really Christian, they're pagans.
The Nordics. Then we can
is
have a
Christian.
more complex conversation about that off stream. But yeah.
because you're believing in Santa Claus, basically.
Jesus.
To say, yeah, but he did get bullied because he believed in God.
Wow. And did your parents don't believe in God either?
No.
What is it like to grow up without a belief in God?
love
I
Jesse so
get
much.
to have a lot of more fun than most people do. Yeah.
It's gonna get
So
really
Really?
bad here in a second.
Yeah.
And what do you do when you have those empty moments when that kind of stuff doesn't satisfy you anymore?
I take
It's-
mushrooms.
You take mushrooms?
Yeah.
And do you take mushrooms too, Destiny?
Sometimes, yeah.
Really? Were you
Yep.
taking mushrooms before you met Melina?
Yep.
And why do you take mushrooms?
It's a fun experience.
And what do you...
It's just pure hedonism.
Yes.
There's no
Substance.
This is why your relationship failed, Stephen. And
Like, this is the reason, really? I thought it was because
It's
he
not the
married a
reason.
two-bit hole.
it's not the only reason. And again, I told Stephen in private, like, I don't like people dunking on you. Because, first of all, none of us have any fucking idea what happened behind the scenes in the
I don't
relationship.
care what
All we
happened
have
behind
is
the
this
scenes. It
public
was
stuff.
destined to fail by doing
Okay,
the
well,
stupid
I'm
thing from
talking
the
about
get-go.
what we have publicly. And I don't think it's... Unfortunately, this has become a news thing because this is part of the news. I don't
You're
like
making
this.
me discuss this.
Okay,
by
I'm
putting
moving
it on
from
here.
Then I'm moving on from it.
I'm going to sound like an intellectually elitist asshole for saying this, but I just have to point out that regardless of whether or not religion is true, stupid people belong in the church.
Well, I'm a...
I don't think that makes you an elitist asshole, so that just makes you sound based.
Yeah. So... do you
It's true,
guys-
though. If you're going to be an atheist, you need to have an intelligence above a certain point. You need
Yeah,
to be
true.
smart enough
True.
to understand time preferences if you're going to be secular. Because
Yeah,
if
I
you are
agree.
not intelligent enough to understand that, and you are non-religious, you're basically just a hedonistic monkey. And that's why I kind of see I kind of view that as kind of the love-hate relationship with religion. In some ways, religion has done bad things, but it keeps the idiots in line. And I know I'm going to sound like an elitist asshole for saying that,
I get what
but
you're
it's
saying,
true.
though.
It's 100% correct.
Well, there's a
Some of the smartest
there's
people I know are
there's
also religious as well, though.
There's a bell curve on religion. It's like the lowest
there
intelligence
is.
people you know, and the highest intelligence people you know, who tend to be religious. I would say. And the
difference, though,
midwits.
is that on the higher end of the spectrum, it becomes less religious and more spiritual. Like,
Yes.
there's a difference between... There's a very big difference between sort of the lower end of the spectrum's Christianity and Christopher Langan's Christianity. It's a very... When you actually get down into what people like him believe, it's very different than the sort of dogmatic religion. It's more almost like a scientific approach to non-materialism. It gets very, very different.
That's
For instance, I'm an agnostic deist by myself. So, which is, agnostic deist is kind of, it's very similar to agnostic atheism. The only difference is I believe there most likely is something beyond the material, whereas the agnostic atheist will say there most likely isn't.
Aiden, it's this meme.
Well, no, the agnostic theist, I think, is a. I know exactly what he's talking about, homie. Like, I'm not confused by it.
that meme. It's that meme.
Yes.
That's such a good meme.
And I agree with that in terms of I think that's a reasonable position to hold. For me, theism was important to my own life, but I've never shit on people who didn't hold my own personal opinion, because there are many different ways of perceiving religion. I think religion is an extremely personal thing, to the point where I almost feel weird about talking about it publicly. I have a little bit, but it's always weird to me when people were like constantly like, here's my religion. No. It's like, no. Religion's, to me, is a very personal thing. Whatever. However, I called this section of the stream the long bread knives. Hope someone got that. It's called the week of the long bread knives.
Is that a reference to a certain German event by any chance?
The week of or the night of the long knives, or the night of the long knives. Yeah.
Crystal cocked.
Yeah. Bill says he prefers crystal cocked. Crystal cocked.
Oh my god, that was the fucking best.
Oh god, this meme.
If you don't know who Hunter Avalon is,
I really like this meme. It's a good meme.
Hunter Avalon was a how would I describe him? Ooh, okay. He did bearing or quartering kind of videos where he would just dunk on SJWs and be like, haha, look at this stupid SJW. And then all of a sudden he became a far leftist. And the reason why he became a far leftist, Hunter Avalon, is because he met a young woman who was a far leftist.
Oh god.
And he fucked her, and then they got married, and they had a baby together. Now,
why do you people all fuck these crazy bitches? What is wrong with you people?
I don't know. But I was at a convention. It was at not ICMI. It was at Mythicist Milwaukee, and he just sat in the corner of the room with his girlfriend or wife or whatever. I guess not wife, but girlfriend and their baby. And acting like they were... And this is my opinion, okay? This is my perspective and my vibe that I got. That they were better than everybody. Because they wouldn't talk to any of the rest of us. The rest of us all went outside. And even people who didn't smoke. Okay. Just saying. Smoking is a completely social thing for a lot of people. So sometimes you go outside to smoke with people, even if you don't smoke. So I go outside and smoke with Count Dankula. And did Sargon even go outside and smoke? I think he did. We all went outside and smoked together. I don't actually remember Carl went outside and smoked with us. But whatever, you hang out, you talk with people when you're at a convention together as speakers. Duh. Because you're there to get to know each other. It's the whole fucking point. It's a networking event, so you can get to know each other better. He wouldn't talk to fucking anybody. He just sat at a fucking table by himself. He wouldn't talk to anybody. Because at that point, what had happened was Hunter Avalon had been in one call with Vosh, and then all of a sudden had changed his entire political philosophy from being a haha, aren't social justice warriors funny, into Oh, I see the grift. The grift is to be a leftist. A communist bread tuber. Well, a couple years later, his wife at the time, who had that baby with them, at that convention that I was at, she was involved in like a gangbang that he recorded. I guess he recorded it, somebody recorded it, and put on Pornhub of his wife getting banged and pissed on by like 8 different black guys. I'm not joking about that, by the way. It's a real thing that happened. And then he hooked up with some new woman. And then the other day, her ex-boyfriend showed up at their house, or the house they were staying at, and shot at them. Shot his new girlfriend in the leg, and then shot himself in the head. This is what happens when you get involved with BreadTube, man. And what I'm not going to go into this too much in depth, but because I think after this we're going to hang out, and because I'm getting tired. Hunter Avalone in this video, which I can't show, hid behind his girlfriend. Literally hid behind her body after she'd been shot in the leg, and was his first thought was not to call the police, but to start recording it. These are the people that we're dealing with. These people are nuts. Anywho, just.
Well, it's just that people with certain ways of thinking, they're very bad at in the moment responses. It's actually kind of why a lot of times these people have a feminine way of thinking, and it's as sexist as it will sound. The reality is most women are bad in a battlefield.
True.
Most women can't actually do anything in a battlefield because their emotions freak out, and they make really, really stupid decisions because they're only thinking with their forebrain.
Exactly.
And so that's why they do that. You ask what's going through their head during these situations, and the answer is nothing. The answer is unironically that nothing's going through their head. That they're just doing whatever they think they need to survive.
Most likely, it's instantaneous processing. Now, I have nothing more I want to. We've got a ton of other stuff, but we'll do that some other nights. But soon, we should probably do another stream on Saturday or something. Mentis, do you have anything else that you'd like to talk about that you find pressing that we should get to tonight? Because I'd love to have you on any other time. You were a fantastic guest, and thank you for putting up with all of our bullshit. Because it was great to have you on. This has been a really fun time, and I'm always. I love to have a libertarian perspective because it is rare to have a sincere someone who is a classical liberal pretending to be a
potential person we can turn towards monarchy is what she's trying to say.
That's not what I'm saying, actually, Spoon.
That
I'm
is
saying
what
the
she's
opposite.
saying. That she's lying, by the way.
Look at this fucking dickhead. No, it's more that.
I have to be diplomatic in my propaganda.
That's not what I was saying, though. Legitimately, you dingus. I was saying it's
Libertarians who's actually read Mises. One way to go about it is, I know I'll say this as a hobby myself, but a really simple way of going about it is, does the libertarian respect Hans Hermann Hoppe? The answer is no, and they're just a cathedralite wearing libertarian clothing.
I mean, I would agree with that kind of perspective. I obviously have read Hoppe, and obviously I'm someone who agrees with Hoppe on most things, if not all things, but many, many things.
In his main book, Getting Libertarianism Right, very clearly, very obviously lays out why right-leaning conservative thought is mostly compatible with the libertarian views on open markets. So if you disagree with him, it shows that someone who doesn't respect Hans Hermann Hoppe after that shows that they fundamentally don't understand libertarianism.
I would agree so. If you're okay with sitting around while I read the super chats, because we have a lot of super chats, quite a few.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
Can we put just something stupid here that I just saw?
Sure, Spin.
Do you guys know the thing that happened with Twitch a while ago? With the the thing that they were doing where they were basically, yeah, they were just being nude on camera without showing anything.
Well, I was going to get to that tonight, but we didn't have time to.
Yes, okay, so they've changed their policies now. Yes.
Yeah.
And I saw it. I think I might do a video about it tomorrow.
Well, it's just that they decided that. Anywho, let's go through the super chats. which is that Justice for Joggers for 5 says, can't believe women are gay,
Great name.
unsubbed, and committing acts against the state. True. Good for you. Lance for 5 says, now that Russell T Davies has defecated out his 3 new specials, hey Eden, how's it feel to watch all of your favorite franchises go up in flames? Feels great. Sure feels great, Lance. Hurting me.
It's called hentai, and it's art. It's called hentai, and
I welcome Mentis to our kingdom.
it's art. It's called hentai, and it's art.
Approving everything Red Pill creators have said about him and his defected horrible wife. Damn,
That's kind of
dude.
true.
AF for 10 says,
Yep.
I have pro-escalation principle. Point at hand, pew pew at me, and I'll drop my pants, get my 12 gauge, and scream, let's get seggy. Is that what that means? Sven for €5 says, seems like a fun idea to try in a new country. Current European countries, though, want to be separated by nationality and race, at least mine. Jarnegi for 10 says, power is the best test for a man's character. It's not force that corrupts, like how the devil corrupts man. Those who blame power rather than a place, those who blame power rather than place responsibility on man is naive. Okay, I got you. Yeah. I agree, that's true.
That's kind of what I meant by saying that there's no perfect human society because humans aren't perfect. So anybody who sells utopia is a grifter. It's just always a grifter if they say that.
Mr. Bigger Tree just gives £5. Thank you, Mr. Bigger Tree. Flannel McManel, who's been a member for 8 months, says, as Knowles likes to say, utopia means no place. That is true, because it doesn't exist. Supreme Emperor Kizza for £5 says, Mentis, this is known as demographics is destiny. I'm sure you're aware of that. Ethnic, cultural, and political colonialization of nation does this. Immigrants love welfare, obviously. Thank you, Kizza. DRTS King for 5 says, I as an American is a monarchist. I think Prussian-style model with married families having more weight than single dudes / spinsters. Probably. Hasselhopper for 2 says, forget the forearm, get it right in your biceps. Oh, this is with the tattoo. Hasselhopper for another 5 says, Trump is dictator for a day. Just imagine his first decree is that a day no longer ends after 24 hours. Yeah, that'd be funny. DRTS King for 5 says, I personally hate tattoos on women, makes them look uglier. I couldn't even care if men get them due to the fact that unlike Spoon, I don't find them attractive. Junebug for 5 says, are you saying solipsism?
Read that last part again.
That you think that tattoos are attractive? Do you, Spoon?
Depends on the chick.
I don't know.
Put it this way, I don't find a woman with tattoos necessarily unattractive because she has tattoos.
Oh, well, that makes sense.
Yes, because I've been with women that have tattoos, so.
I know. Are you saying solipsism?
Like I said earlier, most of them just have high time preference, and so they're just kind of stupid.
Exactly.
No, she was really hot, so it's fine.
Are you saying solipsism? What does that mean? When I Google it, the definition is different from when you bring it up. Okay, so what solipsism means is the idea that you can peer into another person's mind because your mind is the only one that actually exists. When people will basically guess what they think that you believe, without any kind of actual evidence, that's solipsistic. Because they believe that their mind is the universe, and therefore they can guess what you think because they are God, essentially. That's solipsistic. I mean a little bit hyperbolic, but that is what solipsism is. He said, I know what you think because I'm God. These people are solipsistic. Do not listen to a solipsist. If someone is telling you what you think, if someone is telling you what you believe without actually knowing what you believe, that person is crazy. Don't listen to them. They're a solipsist. A DRT is King for 5 says, how do people have problems understanding Scottish people? The Scottish people have a beautiful accent and women. It is... Have you never heard like a Scottish person, DRT, talk without trying to speak? more understandable English. Don't worry about it. It's difficult to understand sometimes.
Well, again, their accent just makes them sound drunk. So
yeah,
that just is what it is.
I'm about to get. I'm falling into my drunk state, so I'm not gonna get Scottish though. DRT is King for Two says, if you want a male-only space, play Warhammer. Only for a certain time, DRT. They'll come for that too. They are right now. They're coming for it right now. Lance for Five says, remember that video of the Silent Hill father laughing up a storm? The SH farmer. Oh, what does SH stand for there? Laughing up a storm just seconds before getting the waterworks going to whine about his deceased child. SH father. I'm not sure, Lance. DRT, was that Silent Hill, Bill? Oh, Sandy Hook. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I do remember that. Yeah. Sorry. That was egregious. Yeah. Yeah. There was some, weird stuff there.
Yeah, Alex Jones was right. We don't have libel laws here. Fuck 'em.
Oh, that's right. Bill can say whatever he wants. There's no libel laws here in Guernsey.
Base.
DRT is King for Two says, it does apply to you, Spoon. Don't know what that's about. Sorry, DRT. Lance for Two says, I'm only going to say at one time, grok frogs, something, gay frogs. Oh, gay frogs. Yes, gay frogs. They did put chemicals in the waters that turned the frogs gay. Mr. Bigger Tree gave £3 and said, men have to be put together. Why would you settle? Dunno. Lance for Five says, who wins the biggest, quote, you were there trophy, the global stage, sub-Saharan Africans or Native Americans? I don't know. Who wins? Yeah, winning the You Were There award. The Fisher next door for Two says, is Islam right about Jews? Not going to answer that one personally. Deadpool.
That one you can't answer. That one actually, every single possible response you will get is outside of the Overton window.
You'll get
It's the channel demonetized.
Yep. Deadpool Kid. Bill's just giggling in the background. Yeah, Bill, you're going to expect to be offended, Deadpool Kid. He's going to say some things that are going to be a little fashy to you. He's an authoritarian in many ways, but he has good points in other ways. Just that's what you're going to get with Ebola. Dutchman, who's been a member for 10 months, says, keep up the good work, you royalist renegades. Thank you, Dutchman. Slosher for 20 Canadian says, the guy writing this article was hilarious. Seems like that was the funny article we were reading. Seems like midwits care about credentials and symbols far more than actual achievements. That's why losing his special badge is so devastating, obviously. Slosher for 5 Canadian says, radical in the street, colonized in the sheets.
Base.
Son of Tiamat for 5 says, you should invite Synthetic Man on sometime. I'm not familiar with him. I'll check him out though. Hasselhopper for 5 says, when people aren't calling Aiden a Nazi, they're calling her a Jew. Isn't it funny? Rick for 2 says, missed most of the episode. Happy St. Lucy's Day. Happy St. Lucy's Day to you as well. Lance for 10 says, not gonna lie, really hard for me to care about the left calling for the G word for the Jews when they have been financially supporting these same institutions that call for the G word for whites. Curious, isn't it? Deadpool Kid for 5 says Destiny's a fool. Woolgreath for 5 says, if a specimen like that can get laid, so can you. Get up, lift, patrol. Horwitz Feinberg and Horwitz for 10 says, this is self-inflicted. Why are you so sad, Verb? I'm not sad. I'm sad only because I like Destiny and I don't want him to be sad. Deadpool Kid.
He's really not that bad of a guy. He's just
he's not.
very confused.
Oh shit!
It's hard for me to look at Destiny and not see.
Yeah.
Beta cucked bitch boy.
Destiny's basically what happens when you refuse to accept the existence of the cathedral. Yeah. When you refuse to understand how it actually operates, when you don't get these power structures, and you just continue to believe in sort of the neoliberal order, and you continue to believe the center-left mainstream media, that's kind of where you end up. You end up as Destiny. Where no matter how smart you are, how decent you are, you're just going to end up believing in stupid crap because you refuse to accept the fact that the people behind this are wrong.
Which has hurt him in the long term, which...
Elon Musk is starting a new school.
I have seen that. Hey,
and
Elon...
that's fucking cool.
I meant to mention this, actually. Elon. Hey, Elon. Can you please get that shit accredited so I can get my fucking PhD finished? Thank you.
So basically,
Anyway,
he's going to get elementary school, high school, and which is slowly
No.
going to turn into a university.
He-
So basically, you're being
secondary-
colonized by a South African.
No, he's already said secondary school is what he's aiming for. He wants to get accreditation. Now, get that accreditation. Elon, get the accreditation so I can get my... Oh my god, I have the capacity indirectly to influence this. Like, in a really small way. Please, 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 can I get my fucking PhD then? In psychology, please. Anyway, Deadpool Kid for 5 says, Destiny's Weak World, probably. And Woolgreath for 5 says, some people say, quote,
He's also
what
pussy
no
whipped.
whammon does to a man. I've seen what whammon does to a man, and it's far worse. Probably. Anywho, oh my gosh, this has gone on for a while. It's gotten quite late for us here. Hey, MentisWave, thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight, because this was awesome. It was such a pleasure to get to hang out and talk about libertarianism, man.
Oh, sure. It was fortunate because I didn't really have much else to do today.
Thank you for making it sound like this was like you didn't give a fuck.
I didn't. I'm still kind of recovering from sickness that I had, and I've been muting my mic to cough. So I legitimately would have nothing else to do today. I mean, plus I released a video yesterday, so
no, don't worry about it.
I don't care.
I'm just being like kind of a cunt. I've been wanting to talk to you for a long time actually, because I've really, really enjoyed the stuff that you have on your channel, and I know that our audience, generally speaking, really likes your content. So, if you want to come on again and just hang out, talk about shit, I'd be more than love to have you on, because I think we had a really cool conversation. But also really love your content. I've posted all your stuff in the description and in the pinned content. So if anyone pinned comment, so if anyone wants to check out your channel, I've gotten a little bit drunk if it's not clear. Fuck. Anywho, I can't stay up this late without having a drink. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, because I thought it was a fantastic conversation. And one last one is Alex Character 20 says, reasons why the Jews are always targeted is because they are an oppressed minority that still succeeds. It totally destroys multiple narratives about social manipulation via state and subverts the narrative that state equals solution. That's probably true. Anywho,
yeah,
again, thank you.
Because they were thrown out of 100 countries in all of human history.
No, let's not talk about that one. Anywho, and just again, thank you so much. It was a great time. I hope you had some fun. I know it's the middle of the day for you, but yeah. All right. We'll talk to you later, I suppose.
Cheers. And yeah, I could
Cheers,
come
everybody.
on some other time, but I wouldn't be like a regular
No, don't worry about it.
on anything like that. But I could definitely come over another time.
I'd love to. You want to talk about libertarian stuff? Love to do it. However, again, thank you so much for hanging out, and we will see you all next week, everybody. Bye bye. Peace out.
Yes. Yep. I'll be peacing out right now. So yep.